Narkagik, have you been drinking again?
What are you talking about? I'm not drunk. I think you're drunk.
I inadvertently brought a second coffee cup in here when I already had one. I wasn't paying attention. I'm not awake. That's what happened. Alright. When last we played... however, yesterday... I was prompted to log in and claim the 8,000 Seals of Endeavor that were part of the daily. And now I want to go through here and look at... There were some really cool looking mounts that I think I'm going to buy one of. These I can't, but I'm going to look at them just because. Yeah, I think this one right here, the Nightmare Alchemy Sinche, I think I'm going to end up buying this. That's just too cool to have like a, I don't know. We might. I already have a lightning horse, which is really cool, but I love the idea of having a giant kitty cat. But, there were lots of other things in here that were really cool. I feel like I'd be great. This would be great to go to a Tool concert dressed as. Match with Dana Carey, man.
Someone's deep in their cups again.
I drank just the right amount.
I drank just the right amount. Okay, I know I saw a kitty cat in here. I kind of want to grab... I know it's just an emote, but that right there... looks really freaking cool. And this makes me go, why can't they give us an actual lantern that we can carry around? There was a kitty cat pet in here. This, I think I'm buying that. I think so. We're going to come back to that in a minute. So there's also a ginger kitty, a Breton terrier. Look, instead of a Boston terrier, it's a Breton terrier. Oh my god, that's funny. Alright, I think we're gonna get that. Saber Cat Club. Cub. For me. It's cool how you can buy things for other players as a gift too, though. That's pretty cool. Okay. And then I think I want to buy that torch. I don't know how to do emotes yet. Collections screen. So first and foremost, look at it, you got a little butterfly. Oh, that is so fucking cute. So cute. Alright. There was also
Are
the
you all
emote.
right?
What are you talking about? I'm not drunk. I think you're drunk.
Select an emote with X to play it immediately. Select an emote with script to add to your emote wheel. Hold. Jesus, that's a lot of things. Hold up. That's a lot of stuff to do emotes. But I now have a lantern I can pull out. So I guess he holds it until... Nope, no. Until you, like, stop. Well, for screenshots alone, I think that lantern is completely worth it. Look at that little kitty cat back there rolling on his back, playing around. Not a baby cat, it's a baby saber. Saber-tooth, but he's playing with his little butterfly. Dude, he even crouches down with his lantern. Hashtag worth it. That'll be cool to, like, go AFK and, like, leave that pulled out as I'm in town. Is there any way to toggle... Oh, didn't mean to use a potion. I need to look this up. Fran says, I voted for Dune Awakening on the Steam Game of the Year. Was good for Arc Raiders, but I changed my mind. I think Arc Raiders is fun, but I don't think it's nearly innovative enough to be, like, Game of the Year. Like, it didn't... It's a very limited gameplay loop. It's an extraction shooter. We've seen a million of those before. It is very fun, and it's the current flavor. I think it's finally slowing down a little bit. It's like the current flavor of extraction shooter that a lot of the big streamers love. But it's just another extraction shooter. It does have some really cool science fiction stuff. I like the game a lot. I wouldn't consider it Game of the Year material. Dune, though, Dune Awakening, I think for me it's one of my Game of the Year choices for sure. Can you toggle radial menus? Let's see. It does not have a setting to toggle the quick select radial menus to stay permanently on the screen as an open menu. Ah, hold.
Someone's deep in their cups again.
How do I
drank just
set
the
up?
right amount.
I'm not seeing anything directly on the internet. I wonder if there's a way to check in the settings. So what I want to be able to do... So right now, if you bring up a radial menu, it's literally, you have to hold the button. Because if I tap it, damn it, if I tap it, it just uses a potion. If I hold it, it stays, but I have to hold the... I have to continue maintaining pressure on the D-pad for this menu to stay up while I cycle through. What I would love for this to do is that once I open this menu, I want to be able to release my thumb off the D-pad and have that menu stay open while I cycle through everything. And I don't know, according to the internet, there is no feature to let me do that. But hopefully if somebody out there watching has an answer, let me know. Otherwise I'm going to start going through the options here. Because I would love to be able to, because like Dune Awakening, speaking of Dune Awakening, had a setting where you could use it like this so that it was touch and release, or have it stay open until you made your selection. I don't know that they have that here. What might that be in? Oh, that's something I needed to add to my... It may already be on my list. Quick cast ground abilities. Oh, yes please. I would like to turn that on.
Narkagik, have you been drinking again?
Don't you tell me how to drink my life.
I'm finding all sorts of fun options. Oh, I was trying to figure out if there was a way to have the radial menus stay open, Thindar. Because right now when I open a radial menu, I have to maintain pressure on the D-pad to keep the radial open while I cycle through the tabs. And I would love it to just be like, I open up the radial menu and then I can release the controller and let it just sit there and then toggle independently. You can increase the... That feels really weird. Interface. Quick chat, fade rate. I am not seeing any. Ooh, 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 ooh. That might be it right there. When enabled, maybe toggled on and off. That might, that might be it. That's a quick wheel, right? Yes! I found it. I fucking found it. They do have the option. Look, so now I'm hands-free. Oh, that's perfect. Toggle. Hot Wheels. Accessibility. Totally there is one. That's awesome. Cool. So now instead of having to sit here and hold that open, it's just open and I can go through at leisure. Because the problem I was looking at was like, man, when I open this up, there's like 5 tabs, right? Allies, mementos, tools, emotes. So it was like I'm sitting here having to hold that stupid D-pad button down the whole time I'm cycling through this. I was like, there's got to be a better way to do this. So now I can immediately just go straight to my like emote. Which that lantern is totally worth the 2,000 points I just spent. That's so cool. Perfect. So now I haven't even started to set up any of these yet. But I can start to like fill up these wheels now.
Someone's deep in their cups again.
I drank just the right amount.
I drink just the right amount, bitch. Leave me alone. Thanks, Napier. Appreciate it. Oh, hang on. There's a whole bunch of chat that was in TikTok that I didn't see. Ember says the 8,000 Seals of Endeavor is really a daily reward. Yeah, I love my little tiger cub I got. You can't keep the emotes up. However, there's an explorer personality trait which gives you a permanent torch. Oh, that'd be cool. Yeah, totally, kid. I just had to dig through the options to figure it out. Yeah. Yay for learning new things. Blackfoot Gaming over on YouTube says, I'm a new player to Lotro, been watching your guide videos, 18 years late to Lotro, but a lot of fun doing a Hobbit Hunter Blue Line build. It's a great game, and I think that as long as you can get past the fact that it does look like an 18-year-old game, it is a very fun game. But yes, it's definitely dated.
We move with the wind.
Alright, now that we've spent the first 20 minutes of the stream sorting out new toys and emotes.
Nothing but dried bread and old turnips to eat.
Those are the little things like figuring out menus. I've been putting together 2 beginner's guides. The bottom one is Elder Scrolls Online. The top one is Fallout 76. And I'll probably publish those at the beginning of the year. I'll work on those over the Christmas break and then get those published in January as 2 of the first big beginner's guides of the year. Alright, I need more coffee before we go any further. Malaka. Yeah, that's exactly. Come over here. Good girl. No, don't sleep on my notebook. Coffee hot. Alright, we need to go talk to the king. Oh, also, I also think I need to clean my dailies. Drip says, I have a cat bed with your name out in Arc Raiders if you want it. I probably will. Today's Tuesday. I'll probably be back to Arc Raiders. I'll probably dive into a session. Might be Thursday. Might be tomorrow. I don't know yet. Haven't decided. Today, we're going to be playing this for a few hours, and then I'm going to stop at our normal stopping time. We have, is today the 2nd or the 3rd? I think today's the 2nd. Sometime this morning, actually, I don't know if it's this morning. I don't know if it's this morning or this afternoon. We have a contractor coming to do measuring and an estimation and everything for our roof expansion on the house. So I'm going to be busy with that for the mid-morning. I'm assuming he's going to be coming morning. It's the same guy who did our patio roof last... Jesus, when was that? I think that was last January? Anyway, once I get past that, I'll be more ready to think about Arc Raiders. I have not wanted to do any high-octane gameplay in the past, because the big thing was when Lucas went to the vet last Thursday, my mind has not been in the right headspace. No, it won't be Thursday either, because I just remembered, speaking of the vet, I got to take Lucas back to the vet on Thursday for his checkup. So I've just been avoiding anything super high octane because my headspace hasn't been right for it, because I've been stressed about my cat. But he seems to be recovering well, so...
Ah, my friend and ally has
So maybe this
returned.
weekend.
Let's talk. I heard what you did at the temple. Your efforts no doubt saved countless lives. It pains me to learn that Chief Basrog was involved, though.
What do you think the chief hopes to accomplish?
Basrog's never agreed with my plans. He's a traditionalist, stubborn and
But yes, please hold on to the cat bed for me.
His unwavering devotion to Malakath, his hatred of Trinimac, his refusal to recognize my authority. I'd say Chief Basrog is getting desperate.
What are you gonna do about it?
Basrog wants to start a war. Damn it all to oblivion, we'll have to stop him. He has the strength to overwhelm the lesser clans, and he's no suckling cub when it comes to fighting either. If he were to make a challenge for my throne...
Okay.
It's time to assemble the Great Moot. I want you to visit the clan chiefs that still haven't come around to our way of thinking.
Alright.
Talk some sense.
Yeah, I'll DM you for sure,
You
thanks.
need to get to them before Basrog poisons the well and turns them against me.
Do you really think the clan chiefs will listen to me?
You made an impression already, but don't worry. I'm not expecting them to come just because you asked nicely. The chiefs are stubborn, but they each have a problem that's confounding their clan. Solve their problems, and they'll attend the moot. Now you get it. Help the chiefs, and they'll be obligated to accept your invitation. I've tried to
obligated.
convince the chiefs of Tumnos, Morkul, and Shatul to join my kingdom. I even married a few of their daughters. We need a better solution.
A better solution than marrying their daughters.
Tell them that you come to help in the name of King Kurog. That I'm hosting a gathering of clans, and I want the chiefs to attend. And it needs to be the clan's chief that comes to the moot. If they try to send a subordinate, I'll be highly insulted.
Fair enough.
Do whatever it takes. The chiefs must attend the moot. I trust you won't fail me. When this is over, Hrothgar will finally be forged into a united kingdom. Meet me at my corner club after you finish. All this planning has given me a powerful thirst. More? What more is there to...
Alright. Ember says, when you're in the settings, you can add numbers to your resource bars. Oh. More options to dig into. Time to recruit the clan chiefs, and I'm going to have to do busy work for all of them. Yes, this is the Orsinium DLC.
We should have enough for the feast then, depending on how hungry the king is.
I will stay close to you, Tamid. I do not wish to lose my way.
Okay, so this is gonna be a lot of busy work, and looks like the closest one is this guy right here. So we need to head north out of town. Hold up, stable? God, the music in this city is fucking awesome. Should be able to go up north and then hang a left. And that's the gate I want to leave from here in a minute.
The city is simply beautiful. It seems the king will leave a lasting legacy after all.
Outsiders are good for business.
Give me player capacity. Alright, we go back up here and hang a left to go out through that gate. Yep, there it is. I do realize this is a DLC zone, but man, it would be really cool if this was a starter zone. Because if I could create an orc character and just start here in this zone, I would be very happy to just spend 20-30 hours rolling around the snow-dusted landscapes with a two-handed orc warrior. But I think this is the best music I've heard so far. I just really love the passive music they've got going on in the background here. 101 uses for troll fat. Not the least of which is lube for your mom. Oh!
I should have been at my husband's side. He'd still be alive, and I'd still be his huntwife.
My condolences, but King Kurog sent me to speak with the chief.
Well, look upon my husband and weep, for his next journey is to the Ashen Forge. Perhaps a new chief will deal with Kurog's latest nonsense. Until then, Leave us to our misery.
What are you doing back there, sweetheart? Oh, she has shreds of cardboard. Oh, and she found a zip tie. Actually, I need to pick that up. I don't know where she found a little, you know, not zip ties, sorry. Those little, they come on bread rolls and stuff. The twisty ties? I don't know what these are called. They're little metal strips. She was totally playing with that on the floor. I guarantee you it's from a cable that I unwrapped the other day, but I don't remember. Oh, there were two, which means she jumped up on the desk over here and grabbed them off the desk. I found the pair. Naughty girl. Put those in the trash instead of leaving them on the desk where kitty cats can find them. The new chief.
Rotten luck, Chief. Rotten luck.
Aid the Shatul clan.
Don't see many new faces at Shatul Range. Our only neighbors are surly giants. Speaking of which, Chief Ogzor had a nasty encounter with a giant's club a short while ago. Best keep your voice low. We don't know how much time he has left.
How's the chief doing?
Dying. No amount of healing magic can fix smashed brains. Soon as he goes, Shatul is in for dark times. The clan will tear itself apart without a good contender for chief. I want to prevent that.
What do you have in mind?
We know which giant smashed the chief. I want to return the favor. That'll show the clan I'm a good contender, which would help keep the clan together. Thing is, I'm no tracker. Care to help me find the bastard?
Sure, why not?
I have a few words to say to Chief Ogzor's mother. I'll meet you where Urkael the Cleaver's tracks begin. Don't know why we call him that. He carries a club.
Okay.
All right, let's find Urkael the Cleaver.
Hang on. It says crouch to see. The Giant's Trail.
Is that a track? It's... no, sorry. It's just some melted snow. A fine ore, Tamid.
I always think of whenever somebody mentions Jeremy Sill's name, I always go back
Are
to
we lost? It feels like we're lost. You know.
Icewind Dale, which has one of my favorite soundtracks of all time. Nirnrood. I remember this. First time I've seen it in this game. Whoa. Whoa. He was taking a nap. Dude, is that another one nearby? I heard a...
Fair potential for fine adornments.
There totally is one right here. Holy shit. Ow! I have no idea if this is the right way, but I'm just kind of following dead bodies. Oh! I heard something. There he is. Shit, did I pull an ad in the last second? Oh, this is gonna hurt. Ow!
We move with the wind.
Blanca, I'm gonna have to move her. She's not supposed to be on the bed there. Sweetie. Come here. Come here. Somehow you moved the sheets off the mattress, and that's not gonna fly. Mommy sees you in here, you're gonna be in big trouble.
Yazara? Yazara! Guess she's out. Listen, we both know you're the one who avenged the chief. Happy I could land a few good smacks. I'll tell Yazara when she's back. You deserve the credit.
Alright, well, that solve the problems of you becoming chief?
That's up to the clan. I'm only doing it because Shatul needs a chief. Can't say I enjoy staking a claim while my friend is dying in that tent. I'm not so sure I want to be chief again.
So you were a chief? Chief of what?
Small clan. Our stronghold let Shatul camp there in the summers, in return for choicest pick of a chater. Chief Ogzor wanted to strengthen the bond by marrying away his daughter. Ashruka was to be my huntwife, but that didn't happen. Ashruka refused to be traded like the choicest pick of a chater. She chose exile rather than marry me. A month later, raiders from the Reach wiped out my whole clan. Chief Ogzor took me in.
What happened to Ushruka?
Don't really know.
Ushruka?
Shatul tries not to talk about its exiles. Chief Ogzor forbade anyone from speaking of her. I think he blamed himself for pushing her away. After her mother died, Ashruka and her father were always at odds. It was inevitable.
Do you blame her?
No. I've always respected how Ashruka held her ground, and I wasn't too keen on the match. I'd known her since she was a child, so going from Uncle Lorig to husband, we call that a Valenwood marriage. But don't let a wood orc hear you say it.
Did the chief ever fear you would challenge him?
Never. Chief Ogzor knew I'd consider that a dishonor after what he'd done for me, and Shatul needed my muscle. It wasn't charity, if that's what you're thinking.
And what happened to your old clan?
It was my own fault. I was more full of pride than sense back then.
Aren't we
Shatul
all?
warned us of Reachmen they'd seen, prowling through the hills. I thought Chief Ogzor was trying to make up for Ashruka running off. Didn't pay it much mind. Then my clan was gone.
Alright. Earlier you mentioned Yazara. Who is that?
Chief Ogzor's mother. Shatul's wise woman, though she hates it when we call her that. It falls to her to select the candidates for chief, and she's right over there. Yazara, look! I cut this off her Kale the Cleaver. My friend here struck the killing blow.
Impressive, Larig. Why don't you show the others?
Sound advice, as always.
Come closer. We should speak. You avenged my son. I will not forget what you did for Shatul today. Nor will the clan. If you are willing, I have need of someone so capable.
I'm listening.
If Shatul is to survive, there must be a new chief. Larig is one contender. The other is Ulgesh. I want you to meet him.
Okay.
Ulgesh returned from Orsinium shortly after my son's injury. He declared himself a contender, but I'm not sure why. The boy never had brains or ambition. Serving in the Orsinium Guard was my son's suggestion.
And that matters why?
Shatul needs a chief who looks out for the clan before himself. We have no walls to hide behind, only our wits and our skill herding a Chatir. If Ulgesh has neither, I need to know.
Where can I find him?
I sent him after Scamper, our laziest at Chatir. Ulgesh can explain the task. He's never been talkative, but see what you can learn as you aid each other. I'll want to speak with you when you return.
Copy that.
With Canarthi's swiftness.
Well, first I want to go grab that way shrine.
You give me no choice.
We may have friends. Yes? Friend? Not friend! Not friend! Not friendly! Not friendly!
Who are you?
Yuzara sent me to help.
I don't need your help.
She insisted.
Alright. Let's finish this so I can get back to the clan.
What are we finishing?
Yuzara asked for a snow truffle. This lazy beast can sniff it out. But it's a two-person job. I can't keep Scamper and hunt for a snow truffle.
Why does she need a snow truffle?
No clue. A potion, maybe? You scout ahead, find a truffle patch. Give a whistle. I'll send Scamper your way.
What then?
Scamper will sniff the patch. If there's a snow truffle, he'll dig it up. Scamper is fast asleep. Give him a good kick to wake him.
Well, I already don't like this guy. Find a snow truffle.
Use your nose, Scamper.
Did you not? He just like laid down. So I'm guessing that was a no. Did he just try to kick me in the nuts? Totally looking at that kick. Alright. Come here, buddy. Dig for truffles.
Damn. No snow truffle.
Okay. So I guess he just shows up, digs, and then lays down if there's no truffle. Okay. He like kicked the poor critter. I don't like this guy.
Nothing. Keep trying, Scamper.
Come on. Oh, so it didn't even give me an animation for that one.
I think he found one.
Finally? Yay!
Scamper earned some sleep. Let's get
Alright.
Get that snow truffle to you, Zara. And thanks. I won't forget your help. I think he found one.
Did you find Olgesh?
Yes, he asked me to bring in this snow truffle.
Good. Give it here. Olgesh passed my test. Scamper has always required 2 people to wrangle. For Olgesh to send you back with the snow truffle tells me he learned to master his temper.
What happened if he had lost his temper?
He'd have tried to kill you. But you slew Urkael the Cleaver. I expect Olgesh would now be dead.
I don't disagree. What now?
Lorig and Olgesh are the only clear contenders for chief. They must enter the Bloody Knoll and duel beneath the stern gaze of Malakath. The one who emerges shall be the new chief of Shatul.
Well... So I could be a contender?
Only an orc can become chief of Shatul, or of any orc clan. It's... I can't say it any simpler than that.
But... what if I want to be able to be...
I have not forgotten what you did for us. On behalf of Shatul, I name you Bloodkin. You shall always have a place among us.
Thank you.
I already sent Lorig to the Bloody Knoll. Could you inform Olgesh he is to fight?
Yes.
I would do so. Olgesh should be at his tent. And thank you for the snow truffle, Bloodkin. Sometimes the smallest favors are hardest to repay.
What did you need it for?
It was my son's favorite food. His hearthwife. She has dozens of recipes. He loved them all. He won't be able to taste it. His mind, you see, there's nothing left of him. But I'll mix it into the poison so he enjoys it one last time. The poison I shall feed the husk that remains of his body.
It's a mercy.
No, it is me, murdering my own son.
Then why do it?
Shatul must survive. Before a new chief is chosen, the old chief must die. By the time Lorig and Olgesh reach the Bloody Knoll, the poison will finish its work. Malik, there is no shame in that. You are not an orc. You are not of Shatul.
Well, there's nothing for it. Like, we don't have an option. Find Olgesh and let him know about the duel.
Over here. We need to talk.
Oh, she showed up. Interesting.
You looked different from inside Olgesh's helmet.
Oh no!
Ushruka, exiled daughter of Chief Ogzor. Soon the new chief of Shatul. A merchant friend keeps me informed of Shatul. When she brought word of my father's injuries, I had to return and contend for chief. Shatul must survive.
Why did you disguise yourself?
As an exile, I'm not allowed to enter Shatul. But Ulgesh is no exile. I traded him a new set of armor for his old, then returned to my clan. My own grandmother couldn't tell the difference. The real old Gesh has a squeak in his voice. One day he paid Morkul's forge wife to make him sound like an ogre. He always wore the helmet everywhere he went. It still smells like sweaty breeches and onions. I cleaned it 3 times. Nothing worked.
Can you even become chief?
Have you been to Orsinium? The king hammers away at traditions which keep orcs locked in squalid strongholds. He tempers us, forges us into something new, something better. I will become chief of Shatul, and in a decade, it will become tradition.
Yeah, but will Shatul accept you?
Some won't. They may challenge me, and I'll have to kill them. But when any other clan clucks about the Code of Malakath, Shatul will band together as we always do. We'll triple their rate on a charter, a built-in blood price for the disrespect.
Good morning, gamer. Twitch ads, yep.
I think we'll get rich off the Malakath zealots. That will make the king happy. And if he asks me to be his chief wife, I'll decline. But I'll offer him the chance.
And
to
what
be
do you
my
think of
king
Lorig?
husband. Lorig is a fine warrior, better than my father. But that's the problem. He never challenged my father. He's like an Achater bull that refuses to mate no matter how much ginger pulp you feed him.
What do you think of him?
I haven't thought about that in years. He was always Uncle Lorig to me. Taught me how to play chop. Always called me Little One, even when I was nearly his height. I looked up to him. Then Father insisted I become his huntwife.
Do you hold that against him?
Lorig's heart was never in the match, but refusing would have led to a feud. Father was insufferable. A chief's daughter must bear the clan's burdens. But children are a burden I don't ever plan to bear. Not for the clan, not for anyone.
So what now?
Now I head to the Bloody Knoll. There I will kill Lorig and become chief of Shatul. For this to work, my grandmother must know my intentions. Inform her, and I swear upon my mother's memory, I will repay the favor when I am chief.
Will you pledge Shatul's support for King Kurog?
Gladly.
What should I tell Yazara?
Tell her the truth. I don't care if she approves. She will need to prepare the clan for my success. If Malakath disapproves, he can strike me down in the Bloody Knoll. But Shatul must survive. Go. There's little time.
Interesting.
My son, Chief Ogzor is dead. Lorig waits at the Bloody Knoll. Is Olgesh on his way?
Actually, Ushruka is heading to the Bloody Knoll.
What? Ushruka was exiled from Shatul. I would never allow her to contend for chief.
And that is exactly why she posed as Olgish.
That foolish girl. We're a traditional clan. Shatul will never accept an exiled woman as chief.
Why not?
Had she become Larig's huntwife as my son wanted, Shatul would have stayed for the wedding. We would have been there when the Reach attacked Larig's clan. Her selfishness led to their destruction.
I don't know if that's necessarily selfishness. What about Lorig?
A chief who lost his entire clan to raiders from the Reach? He refused to challenge my son, to give him an honorable death under Malakath's gaze, because of friendship. No matter his prowess in battle, he is soft in the heart.
Well, if not Lorig, then Ushruka must become chief.
Had she become Larig's huntwife as my son wanted,
yeah. There are no other contenders.
Take this ritual blade. It is flawed at its core, just like Lorig and Ushruka. Replace the blade of the weakest contender.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. That's not fair.
Fair? I just watched my son die. None of this is fair. The flawed blade is a test. A weak contender who survives despite this setback deserves to become chief of Shatul.
Oh, I don't have a choice.
My son. Chief... What? She... that foolish girl. Had she become Lorig's huntwife, take this ritual blade. It is flawed at its core. Fair. When the blade fails, the weakest contender will most assuredly die. If she... go, there is little time.
I'm gonna look this up because I want her to win, and I'm assuming if I give it to her, she'll still win because the other guy's a softie. A question of succession. Let's see here. The wiki says it doesn't matter, it just whoever's sword you replace will lose the duel. You cannot refuse to tamper. Damn it, I don't want to tamper. Boo! I'm not a fan of forcing me to do that. I just want to do what's right for the clan. Yeah. Disappointed that I had to cheat. Someone says here that if you play an orc character, you can actually do the fight yourself. That would be cool to come back and do this as an orc. Alright, well, I think that I will. I don't think that the boy is the right person. I don't think that Lorig is the right one to be the king. Chief, whatever. He's too soft in the heart. But I am, it's like, I don't like having to cheat. Okay. Shit. Can I not jump in there? Oh, I about fell to my death. I still might fall to my death. Oh, I definitely fell to my death. Oh, it has... Okay. How the hell do I get in there? There's a collider right here. Do I have to do it from outside? Ushra's weapon rack. Now I'm replacing... Hide before the duelists arrive. Well, I'll hope I didn't screw that up. I really do hope she wins because...
Ashruka? You have to go. If Ulgesh sees you, he'll kill you.
Ulgesh is in Orsinium. He sold me his armor before I came to Shatul.
No. What have you done?
Shatul must survive. Don't hold back, Lorig.
Malakath favor the victor.
Goodbye, Uncle Lorig.
Damn, duel to the death. I fell fucking again. Jesus Christ. We need better railing, kids.
You've returned. Who is the new chief of Shatul?
Yeah, they're not in OSHA compliance.
I see. I convinced our clan that Ashruka's victory would test our faith in Malakath's favor. They'll accept her. For now. If she allows it, I shall advise her. She'll need all the help she can get.
Right. Well...
You alone emerged from the Bloody Knoll. Did you pray to Malakath for your victory?
I needed no prayers, only my strength.
Then go forth, my chief, and receive your clan. Shatul, I present your new chief.
Know this, my clan. A new era begins today. The era of the Orc. At King Kurog's side, we shall lead Tamriel to greatness! I know the cheers won't last. I'll need to guard against challengers from all sides, to be twice the chief my father was. But for now, this feels good.
Alright, do I have your
This
support?
Of course you do. I don't know if I can attend the moot myself. I should stay here until the clan gets used to the idea of me as chief. But you can tell the king that Shatul supports him absolutely.
Well, if she doesn't show up personally, the king said he's gonna feel insulted, so... Probably this one next, because it's reasonably close to here. Oh, when is the, I need to check a date. Is it the 3rd or the 6th? Guild Wars Reforged. Where did I get the horse mount? Pretty sure when I bought the pack. Like the all-in-one pack on the PS5. Pretty sure that mount came with it. Tomorrow is Guild Wars Reforged. I don't know what time. But I need to reinstall Guild Wars. today. Let me put that on my list of things to do. So I'll definitely want to check that out. Should be this one over here. Question is, how do I get in here? The other side, it looks like. Oh, there's a note. We're not getting sidetracked. We are here to do a quest, which requires me to find an entrance into this place.
A useful find.
Indeed. Here we go. The Greystone Quarry. Clan Tumnos. Nope, I do not. I am only playing DLC and expansion. So I finished the main series quest, I did the Aldmiri Dominion quests, and now that I'm done with that, I am literally just going through in the order of release, and I am doing these. So, other than the Imperial City, I have no idea, no desire to do PvP shit. So right now we're doing Orsinium, then we're going to do Thieves Guild, then we're going to do Brotherhood, then we're going to do Morrowind, Clockwork City, and we're going to do these storylines. That's it. I have no plans to do any of that other stuff, so like there's a lot to do here. So this is, you know, and who knows if I will ever get through all of it, but I will be right now the Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays until February. Once February gets here, I have to start looking at new releases for next year, and so at some point this will be being played less than 3 days a week. I'm only playing it 3 days a week right now because we're in the end of the year and there's not a lot of brand new releases happening right now. So we're doing lots of things that I want to do. But once the new release cycle starts for next year, I get very, very busy. We have lots of sponsored games, keys that we play, all sorts of stuff. So I have to focus on new releases. So like this year I played probably close to 60 games this year. We'll be doing the same next year, and my progress through ESO will slow down considerably. But for the moment, we're working our way through just this stuff.
Another outsider here to perform tricks for the false king? Bah, go back to Kurog and leave a real clan chief in peace.
He requests your presence at the moot.
So, you're a lapdog and a messenger? I have no time for Kurog's games, outsider. As long as my quarry remains in danger, my place is with my clan.
But if I solve your problems, you'll agree to attend.
You think you can accomplish what me and my strongest warriors have been unable to do? Very well, outsider. Restore order in the Greystone Quarry, and I will go and listen to Kurog's fancy words.
Okay. Aid the Tumnos clan. Man, he seems like a lazy ass leader if he's just laying in bed while there are problems plaguing his village. That to me seems like a lazy sack of shit.
I need to find out what happened in the quarry. Where's that elf we... Hey, have you seen an elf anywhere around here? Talks a lot, kind of opinionated. Looks a little like you.
No, haven't seen anybody like that recently.
No, of course not. That would have been too easy. This is what I get for hiring a tuskless runt. He said he could improve efficiency in Greystone Quarry. What did we get for our trouble? First the fog, then the screams, then... nothing. Not a word, and it smells like elf mischief to me. My husband, Chief Ramash, went down into the quarry to look for the elf and find out what happened to our workers. He came back covered in blood, and I can tell you, Ramash doesn't bleed easily.
Okay.
I'd appreciate any help you can provide. After what happened to the chief, the rest of the clan refuses to go anywhere near the quarry. If you can get in there, find out what happened, and make sure the quarry workers are safe.
I can do that.
I'm Chief Ramash's forge wife. Tumnos is my clan, and Greystone is our quarry. These recent troubles, on top of the pressure to provide more stone for Orsinium, are beginning to take a toll on us. I tell you, it's enough to make Malakath weep.
Where's the chief now?
In the longhouse, tending to his wounds and raging about the troubles that have befallen us. By Malakath's crooked tusk, chiefs and their howling. He's useless when he's like this.
I agree, he does seem pretty useless. Granted, if he's wounded, maybe there's a little slack to be given, but I don't know. Seems pretty useless to me. Like, take an ibuprofen and suck it up, bitch. I'm gonna go grab some more coffee. I'll be right back. Alright. What did I get from the store? I got this awesome little saber-tooth cub who chases a little butterfly around. He's so cute. And then I got this lantern emote, which I think is just too cool. Alright, off to the quarry. Ruse. Seaweed. Oh my god, that has simplified my life so much. So I turned on the auto loot thing in the options, and so now when I click on like a barrel or something, it just, if there's something, it just takes it. Instead of me having to click like 3 different times. It just takes it. Oh my god, I wish I would have known that like 60 hours ago. Holy shit. That is a massive quality of life.
Shadows in the fog.
Shadows in the fog. And it's also going to automatically take the ore when I mine it. Oh my god.
Fine, dummy.
God, that makes things so much easier. Why is that not on by default? Holy shit.
What are you doing down here? Don't you know that Greystone Quarry is a disaster area?
I need to find out what happened here.
What happened? The High Elf. That's what happened. Things were fine for a while. Rock flowed out of the quarry at a record pace. But then we broke into a cavity and the elf insisted on exploring it. That's when the fog began to roll out of the hole.
Tell me about the fog.
It was fog. Thick as stew it was. Chief Ramash and huntwife Bulgar decided to enter the quarry and find out what happened to the elf and the workers. We went with them. Worst decision I ever made.
Worst decision ever made. And the chief?
We entered the fog, but we weren't alone in there. There were shadows, things in the fog. We were attacked. I saw the chief run out, covered in blood. Bulgar's still down there.
So the chief ran.
For her daughter. Last we knew, she was with the elf. Find the huntwife and her daughter, and kill as many of those things as you can. But the elf, save the elf for me.
So not only is the king laid up in the tavern, whining like a little bitch. Not the king, sorry, the chief. Did I say king? I don't know what I said. Anyway. Uh-oh. Mechanicals. That means dwarves. Uh-oh. You mean the brokies? People with no bag space. Brokies! No, that makes total sense. But I was getting very tired of all the button presses, so I'm very happy. I thought auto loot was just going to be for corpses. I thought it would be like, okay, you killed a mob, now you can loot the corpse. Like, it's going to auto loot the corpses. But instead, what it's doing is... So what it does is now, instead of... I was thinking it would just auto-loot when they die. But what it does is it just, when you click, instead of having to manually select or to select loot all, it just takes all of it. Which is fine. I'm okay with that. Makes it way easier. My life has been simplified. Man, I have the sniffles this morning. Okay, we got red crystals. I would also say that, you know, if you're not crafting, you don't need to be looting everything. But since I'm crafting all the time, this is definitely helpful. Oh, what is... There's like a... Spider on the table. Big spider on the table. Dwarven Centurion. Not severe, but sometimes yes. I'm not a big fan of spiders. It also depends on the look of the spider. Like those little colorful jumping spiders I think are super cute and I have no problems with, but the big spiders the size of your hand, not a fan. But I'm not like paralyzed by them, and like when we get tarantulas in the house, I'm the one who has to take care of them because my wife won't. My wife literally, she's like not scared of normal spiders, but like when the tarantulas come in, she's like, since she was a girl, she has like a very, she's not a fan of tarantulas. Like she's full on screaming like, yeah. The thing with tarantulas is they're extremely slow. They're not deadly. It'll hurt if they bite you, but they're extremely slow. They're not aggressive. Usually when they come in, they're like plodding along, looking for, like, they're like on their, like a turtle. They're like a turtle. Tarantulas are like a turtle. They're on their way to somewhere else. And see, now that I know what those are, like that doesn't bother me. But the one on the table, I didn't see it at first. And then when it was like, when I saw it, it was just like, ah, nasty. Whatever I missed was back here somewhere. Usually I just end up getting a shovel, and I scoop them up with a shovel and then chuck them into the woods, or I chuck them across the street into the
I thought you were
field.
one of those damn machines. You're just lucky I've got the reflexes of a snow bear, or your guts would be decorating the floor. Now, care to explain what you're doing down here?
Yeah, looking for you.
Is this another of my husband's half-hearted rescue attempts? Whatever. I guess I should be grateful. One of those metal spiders took a chunk out of my leg. Nothing too serious, but I can't fight worth a damn. So it's up to you to find my daughter. I don't, but I can hope, can I? Besides, I haven't seen her corpse, and she is her father's daughter. Then there's the elf. He knows what he's doing, and has more than a few tricks up his sleeve to deal with the machines.
I would have a hard time fighting human-sized spiders. Like if this was a science fiction or fantasy film, the idea of fighting giant spiders is mildly terrifying. That would take some training to get used to.
He's a clever bastard, I'll give him that. He knew there was a dwarven ruin down here, and used us to uncover it. We should have been more careful, but he had significantly increased our production. And you know Orsinium, they always want more stone.
Tell me about your daughter.
Shaban. She's a brave young woman. Took an immediate interest in the High Elf and his fancy ways.
Fancy highfalutin
The elf didn't
ways.
seem to mind. In fact, I think he liked having someone strong and beautiful at his side. You find one, and you'll find the other.
I'm gonna be sniffling all morning, guys. Sorry, not sorry. It's one of those mornings. Oh, all right. I'll find your daughter. Are we gonna go deeper into the ruins?
A fight, is it?
think I just woke my wife up because she came stumbling out of the darkness as I was like in the bathroom sneezing and blowing my nose. She's like, "Are you sick?" I said, "I hope not. Could be the start of something. You never know." Kids bring home all sorts of fun stuff from school. Oh, I take tons of stuff every day. My vitamin rounds are in about another 2 hours with breakfast. If it's the flu, zinc ain't gonna do shit, but I do have my flu shot. The big one will be if I haven't had my COVID shot this year, so I gotta wait, I think, another week before I can have my next vaccination. I got my flu shot about 3 weeks ago, so I should be in peak defense mode here now, but you never know. I am extremely susceptible to respiratory stuff, and I have been since I was a kid, which is why I get my flu shot every year. And I guarantee you I'm going to have problems with like pneumonia and stuff when I'm old. I guarantee you. If I make it to my 70s, that'll probably be what gets me is pneumonia. It's like I rolled an 18 on my intelligence, but my constitution is a 12. I didn't get one for the last 3 years. I didn't get a COVID update for the last 3 years. But our grandniece is with us. She's 3 years old, and those kids are creepy, crimey, slimy little scuzzbucket monsters who are full of germs. So I haven't gotten my flu shot. I got my flu shot last year because I had to go to the city to see some specialists for my leg. So I ended up getting a flu shot last year just because I had to go to the city and be in the hospital or be around a lot of people. But the previous few years, I didn't get any shots, didn't get any vaccinations because I work from home, so I just don't leave the house. And I go to the grocery store at like 7 o'clock in the morning when no one's there to just minimize my contact with nasty, disgusting, sick people. But this year I can't avoid it. Since my niece is with us, or grandniece is with us, I got to get all my shots this year. And we were talking about this the other day. I was talking to my sister-in-law and my brother. I haven't had a measles update since like I was 17, and I'm in my 40s, so I'm probably going to want to go get like a measles update, just to be on the safe side. Right, exactly. No, zinc works wonders. I take plenty of zinc every single day. I have a multivitamin I take every single morning. I have zinc tablets, and then in the afternoons, when I know that there's a sickness going around, I have those. They're like vitamins. It's like a super whammy. It's vitamin C, zinc, and like a bunch of vitamin B's. It's in a little satchel. It's orange flavored. You add it to water. It's effervescent. You stir it up and you chug it. You know, I have those for when I know there's something going around the school. I will take those. And knock on wood, I have not had any issues all year. But I am sneezing quite a bit this morning and have sniffles, so we will see how the day goes. But yeah, this year I'm gonna get my my last COVID shot was at the end of 2021. Yeah, because when we moved here, I haven't had a COVID shot in 4 years, and I didn't get my flu shot for 3 years. I got it last year because I had to go to the city, so I knew I was gonna have to be around a bunch of people, so I got my flu shot. And this year I got my flu shot about 3 weeks ago. I think it was 2.5 because today's like Tuesday. Friday will be 3 weeks. I got my flu shot 3 weeks ago. And the day I got my flu shot, they were like, "Do you want a flu? Do you want the double whammy? Do you want the flu and the COVID shot at the same time?" And I was like, "No, because I don't want to be like knocked out for 3 days." I was like, "Just give me the flu shot." And then they told me I needed to wait a month. So next week, after next week, I'm gonna go get my COVID shot. But I did not. It was already like, flu shot usually knocks me out for a day. This time it knocked me out for about 2 days. But I did not want to do two at the same time.
You're not one of those dwarven dwemer things. But what are you doing down here? Did you come to help me escape from this damn quarry?
Uh-huh.
Our quarry, sure. But the dwarves carved out this quarry centuries ago. It looks like they started down here and were working their way up. But don't ask me what they used the stone for. I don't want to think about that.
Where's the high elf?
He told me to stay here while he went to investigate the central structure. It was brave of him to go on his own. I wanted to help him, but I know my limitations. I was trained to deal with animals, not walking forges.
Alright. There's like chirping birds and all sorts of fun stuff down here. Excuse me. Yeah, if I stay away from people, I tend not to get sick too often. But anytime I have to go out, like, that's just normal. That's normal. Like, that's why every time you go to a conference you get con crud, because you're around 1,500, 2,000, 10,000, however many people. There's gonna be gnarly shit that passes around from human to human. That's called germs.
Amazing! You were actually able to navigate the Dwemer defenses? You must either be exceptionally strong or exceedingly lucky. Either way, I can make use of that.
So you're the high elf working with the orcs.
Ah, so you've met them. I really do feel awful about what happened. I offered my help because I suspected that the ruins of Mizandine were down here, but I never expected such powerful defenses. This place is remarkable.
Defenses? You mean the constructs?
Yes, but I was referring to the fog. It was a most curious thing. As soon as we unearthed the door to this place, a heavy fog set in and the Dwemer spiders swarmed us. I know how to handle dwarven constructs. The orcs, sadly, do not. These Dwemer systems are as sophisticated as they are ancient. I'm not sure we can disable the constructs now that they're fully operational, but we may be able to control them. All we need to do is find the construct control center.
Alright, which is somewhere, looks like down over here to the left. No, down this way. Choo choo. Choo 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 choo. I'm about out of stamina. Oh, look at that. Pretty cool, man. All right.
Our paths cross again. Thank the Eight. It's amazing how often good research leads to remarkable discoveries. Since we parted, I have come to the conclusion that this is an automated quarry. Like the orc pit above, only much more sophisticated.
Okay. It's an impressive looking machine behind you.
Isn't it though? That's what we in the business call a remarkably well-preserved orb of illumination. I believe this dwarven device may contain the key that allows us to bring Mizandine's defenses under our control.
How does an orb of illumination work?
Think of the device as a gigantic combination lock. These emitters shine light upward towards the various lenses attached to the rings. If you rotate the lenses to a specific orientation, the device should unlock.
How do you know what the correct orientation is?
Trial and error, like any other scientific endeavor. But be sure to keenly observe every rotation of the rings.
Great. Random rotation puzzle. My least favorite activity in any game that I play. Allie shows up and suddenly I'm having a craving for KFC. That's called word association. Or food craving association. That's a reset lever, so... I don't know what I'm supposed to do here.
This is one of the most complex Dwemer devices I've ever encountered.
Attack the resonators. How do I... What the fuck am I supposed to do here? Attack the resonators. Doesn't seem to do anything. Oh, hang on. I wonder if it's these things right here. Yeah, kinetic resonator.
Silence at last.
So that's rotating the inner.
Show me your claws.
2 more twists. No, 1 more twist. Okay, there's that one. Oh, you fuckers. It's gonna rotate the innies and the outies at the same time. Oh, of course. See? Ah! Well, hang on. It only did... That first one only does... Can I hit it from here? No. It only does the one, though. Right?
A fight, is it?
Oh no, it does 2 as well. Fuck me. Alright, I gotta reset the whole thing. I am gonna go look this up because I do not want to spend 45 minutes trying to figure out the right rotation. Thank God for a 10-year-old game that has Google. Puzzle, Orb of Illumination, Quarry Conundrum, Quarry Conundrum Puzzle ESO. Ali says I do eat KFC, but I don't know how often you eat KFC, but you have mentioned enough in chat that every time you say it, and I haven't had it in so long that it's like there's like a word association now when you pop up in chat, and I'm immediately like KFC, and it's funny because like Chris and I, when we go to the city, which we haven't done in a couple of years, but every time we go to the city, we end up going and getting KFC because it's like our go-to. Hey, we don't have this very often, but Chris does make a pretty good facsimile. She has a recipe that she found online for fried chicken, which is very close to the KFC. It's not exactly, but it's pretty close, and she makes that about once a month, and we both are big fans. So she makes a big thing of mashed potatoes, fried chicken, and coleslaw. Machine says, sweet, they closed the college for the snowstorm. No work for me. Nothing wrong with that. Alright. Hit the middle switch 3 times, left switch 6 times, right switch once. So let's do this. Middle switch 3 times. 1.
It is over.
2. 3. Left switch 6 times. Also, Destiny 2 might be fun this week. If I get, maybe I'll get to that on Sunday. Thangdar says had a loaded wedge of dinner tonight. Nice.
Silence at last.
And then it said hit the right switch once. Man, I would not have wanted to. I have no desire to do puzzles like this. It's been 45 minutes of my time. I'm so glad there are guides like this out there. Yay!
Excellent. This should allow me to control the dwarven constructs.
Yeah, I took out a New York strip from the freezer about an hour ago, so I'm gonna have steak at some point today with French fries and a spinach salad. That air fryer was one of the best things. I will say that the flavor is different. Like the flavor profile of the fries in the air fryer is different than frying them in oil. I will say that they do taste better when they're fried in oil. But I love French fries enough, and I often make dips. So like I have a garlic dip that I make, which is Greek yogurt, garlic, paprika, some other spices, olive oil, and I like to use that as like a dipping sauce for my fries. So if I'm just eating like a burger and fries and I don't want the sauce, I prefer fried French fries. But like I've been eating fries like 3-4 times a week now, and it's so easy to just grab a handful of frozen fries, throw them in the air fryer, and 10 minutes later I've got delicious like dipping fries for dipping or whatever, or use it as a side for something. It's yeah, I'm very pleased with our purchase. We haven't done a lot with it yet outside of French fries. I did brie. I did some brie cheese with like blueberry glaze on top. That was like 10 minutes in the air fryer and it was ready to go. I wouldn't want to cook, like, I know people have talked about, like, Chris and I were like looking at it going, well, I guess we could do wings, like doing wings in the air fryer would be cool. But there are some things, like, I saw somebody on the internet, not even the internet, it was a celebrity. I can't remember where I saw it. It was like a clip somewhere. I think his name is Ryan Seacrest. I think he's an American. He used to be famous from American Idol. He like put a whole fucking chicken in an air fryer, and I'm like at that point, I'm like, bitch, just dude, get in, like, use your oven. Like, air fryers are for like quick things where you need like 10 minutes, and he's like, put it in here for 45 minutes, and I'm like, that's what the oven is for, dude. Like, you don't need an air fryer to cook a whole chicken. Like, just use your oven and bake the chicken.
Fascinating. I never imagined the control mechanism would fit inside so small a space. It will take me some time to master this device. But with it, I'm sure I can suppress the outer defenses and return the quarry to a relatively safe state. Oh yes, it's perfectly safe to work the quarry again. And please give the orcs my deepest
but I do like it,
apology regarding these
what's up, Dreadguard?
Unfortunate circumstances.
I do like the air fryer though, for like my big thing is I love French fries, so it's super easy for me. Yeah, I bought a nice Ninja air fryer, so it's got broil, bake, fry, max crisp. It's a pretty big sized one. I don't think I could do a full chicken, but I could definitely do like a small coney. I really like it. Like, we've done the brie cheese. I do my French fries all the time, and the thing I like about it is it's like 10 minutes, where if I go to fry French fries in oil, that's a 30 to 40 minute project, because I got to heat the oil up, I got to cook the fries, I got to drain the fries, I got to, it's a 30-40 minute process between the prep and the cleanup and everything else. To some degree, Transcend, like, it definitely does it faster than my traditional, well, I guess I don't have a fan, my convection oven is not a fan forced oven. It's just I've got a Hamilton Beach like electric oven that we bought like 4 years ago. No, far longer than that. It's been like 8 years ago now. Speaking of 8 years old appliances, I think our washing machine is finally on the way out, because Chris was doing laundry yesterday and it started making some horrible noises, and she's like, no, and I'm like, it's 8 years old. We bought that in the city before we moved and brought it with us, and then our electric oven we bought in the city, and bought it over as well. Yeah, so I mean, I've been a big fan of the air fryer for things like that, for little things and leftovers. But for me, the big thing was I really wanted it for French fries because I do love French fries, and it's like I like it for. I told Chris, I was like, I want to try like zucchini discs and stuff, and
I have something I want to try first. Something
I
that
don't know.
will
I've been
help
pretty happy
repay
with
the
the
odds for my
6 weeks or so that I've had it.
indiscretion. If I can make a few adjustments, I want to offer the constructs to the orcs. I'm sure they'll make excellent workers.
I have to run back to her. Now, if he's working on these, does that mean they're not going to be KOS anymore? No, they're still all KOS. Bookshelves! I want to grab all these bookshelves, so let's come in here and kill these. And then I need you to go say good morning, because my grandniece is awake. Do these really not have anything in these bookshelves? I'm disappointed. Yeah, this one was not cheap, Ali. The saving grace was that I used my, notice that I didn't own one up until this point. We don't need it, and Chris does not let me buy things unless we need them. I got away with this because when I got my PlayStation 5 insurance money back, I had already bought the PS5 Pro as my one of my expenses for the year, and since it was a business write-off, I didn't want to use. This is when you get into tax stuff. I didn't want to use the insurance refund to purchase the new PS5 because I wanted to have that as a tax deduction purchase. So I went ahead and spent my normal money on the PS5 Pro replacement. That way it's a tax deduction. And then I used the insurance money to go buy, we bought an air fryer. Fuck, what? Oh, a crock pot. We bought a slow cooker. We bought a slow cooker, an air fryer, and then like 2 weeks worth of groceries because they gave me like a preloaded credit card. So I bought an air fryer, and I kind of went all out. I went and bought like not the top of the line because we didn't need like a massive one, but I got a Ninja, couple $100. Normally it was on sale, so yeah, but otherwise we weren't going to spend money on one because Chris is always like, oh, I don't have a problem, because she likes to cook and she doesn't have a problem with it, so she's never used it, and she literally refers to it as, it's your air fryer, I'll probably never use the damn thing. And I'm just like, fair enough. But I've already done, we've cooked short ribs in that slow cooker already. I just made spaghetti. I made red sauce, I should say, not spaghetti, but I made red sauce a few days ago, which actually I ate for the last 3 days. Today will be the first day. I don't think there's any left. I think I've just got a bunch in the freezer now.
As soon as our scouts sent word that people were emerging from the quarry, I hurried down to see what was happening. So, where's that damned elf, and what did he do?
Dwarven ruin.
Dwarves? That's the last thing I expected. From the stories I've heard, things involving ancient ruins and dwarves never turn out well.
I don't disagree. Oh, dang it, I accidentally closed a window. Nerma was able to get them under control.
Then the elf survived? Perfect! That means I still get to wring his scrawny neck. Wait a moment. sound. Troll dung, it's the constructs! The damn elf betrayed us!
Oh, actually, he just wants to... Is he gonna come out, hopefully,
to
and
arms,
explain
my
himself?
clanmates! Let's show this mad elf what we think of his dwarven army.
Don't be alarmed. I bring a gift. These constructs can work your quarry and build a great city of Orsinium.
Damn you, elf. I should kill you where you stand.
What did I say? Please, my friend, make her see reason.
He got half my workers killed, and now he insults us as well? The elf's blood price is steep, and he's going to pay it very slowly.
He's just trying to help.
Greystone Quarry belongs to Clan Tumnos. It should be worked by Clan Tumnos, not those metal monsters. As long as one Tumnos lives, we'll extract stone from this quarry just the way Malakath intended.
So going back to what Ali says, here's a good one for you. I don't have an espresso machine for that exact reason as well. And we didn't get an air fryer until this year. I've wanted an air fryer for years, I just never bought one. I've wanted an espresso machine for years, but this is what Chris tells me. You have 2 mocha pots. If you don't know what a mocha pot is, it's the ones, they're from Italy. They're you put them on the stove, you make espresso. It's just a coffee. It's a mocha pot. I don't know what they call them. Like you make coffee in it. It's pressure. Anyway, we have 2. We have a small one that we use for the 2 of us, and then we have one that we break out when there's company. And she's like, you can make espresso with your mocha pot. You don't need to spend $300 on an espresso machine when you already have these mocha pots that we bought for, one was like $40 and then was like $80. She's like, you've already spent, they work, they'll last the rest of our lives. You don't need an espresso machine. And I'm like, damn it. I really want to just be able to go into the kitchen and just be like, pss. And this is what I've tried to do to sell it to her, because she loves cappuccinos. And I'm like, you could make your cappuccinos. And she knows how to run the machines because she used to work at a cafe. And so I was like, you could totally make the cappuccinos that you love to have. She's like, no. Plus, we don't have space. And I'm like, oh, we'll make space.
With orc
I haven't
sweat
convinced
and
her
orc
yet.
Muscle. We dishonor ourselves and our ancestors if we sat back and let machines do all the work for us. It figures
Oh,
that
I
an
have the
elf would
persuade
come up
option
with such
here.
a disgraceful and dastardly plan.
Take the constructs at your blood price and use them until you regain your strength.
Their worth is considerable, and we'd be able to keep our quotas as we build back up.
Level 44. Oh, I already have 2, 3, 2. We have 2 French presses, two mocha pots. Yeah, we're good on the coffee machine thing. But I will maybe convince her one day. We'll see. We really don't have space. It's not. She's not wrong about that. We really don't have space. Like our kitchen is so tiny that when I want, so I keep like the slow cooker, the air fryer, and our electric oven are in the storage room. And when I want to use one, I go get it out of storage room and bring it out and put it on. We have some tables that we have set up, or the counter, depending on where there is available space. But they don't just stay out. Like they get pulled out to be used and then cleaned up and put back away when we're not using them. So yeah, we don't have like a big kitchen where everything is out and like the machine, and like an espresso machine would be another thing that we just literally have no space for.
Outsider. I confess I had my doubts, but my forge wife.
Alright, you can attend?
Oh, very well.
Alright. By the way, you're a lazy bitch. I'm gonna take a piss outside of your building on the corner just to leave my mark. let you know that you're not actually the clan chief that you think you are. Psst. All right. We have one more chief to recruit, which is way the frackin' north of here. Let me go say good morning to my grandniece, and then we will continue onwards. I never have gotten into iced coffee too much. Yeah, my brother does drip coffee. He's got it. They've got a fancy set up a timer so it starts brewing coffee at 4 o'clock every morning, so that when they roll out of bed at 4:30, there's already a pot of coffee made. Whereas we use a French press, so I actually have a kettle. So we heat the water up in a kettle. So the first thing I do every single morning, my morning routine is the alarm goes off at 3. I stumble out of bed. I go into the kitchen. I put the kettle on. Then I feed all the cats. Check the litter boxes to see if I need to clean the litter boxes. And then come in the bedroom, turn all the machines on. Bedroom/office, whatever. And then sit down here and just sort of wake up with the machines until the kettle starts screaming. And then I go grab the kettle, fill the French press, bring Snow White into the house so that she can have her house time. And then I usually start my stream. That usually takes about 30 minutes to do all of that. And then Chris usually handles the second pot. I always say pot of coffee. It's not a pot of coffee. Chris makes the second batch of coffee after breakfast. And then we usually have afternoon espressos at around 4 or 5 p.m. Man, I kind of do want to harvest all this stuff.
What might you make with that?
Something big and cool. Don't worry about it, kitty cat.
The potential for health or harm.
Oh, maybe not jump off the cliff. Oh no, there's a giant. Oh no, run. Oh, there's a bridge. But I don't think it's gonna lead me where I need to go. I think I need to somehow figure out a way to go down. That was a bigger jump than I meant to make. Oh my god! I cannot believe I survived that. Oh, that was awesome. By the way, this is some really cool level design. Like, this has definitely been my favorite zone so far. Did it just say that I unlocked a way shrine somehow? I guess just by proximity. Boop, boop.
For something to attack, or something to protect.
Or keep your nose out of my business, kitty cat. Better to leave. Alright, let's solve the problems of this clan as well. Dude, do we have another lazy chief who's just hanging out in the lodge getting drunk? Nope, nope, did not mean to steal. Thankfully, it has a setting to where you can tell it not to auto loot stolen items. That could have been embarrassing. Unfortunately, it will be stealing from this place. What's my schedule? I stream from about 3:30, 4 o'clock. I mean, I'm usually live by no later than 4. I usually stream from 4 to 8, and then at 8 o'clock, I usually leave the stream, go help Chris. We walk our grandniece to school. I then do my exercises, have breakfast. Sometimes I will do a second morning stream, but more often than not, what happens is after I work out, have breakfast, and take a shower, I'm ready for sleep. So that's usually by about, and then we run errands if we have to run errands. So 10 o'clock, 10:30, I usually go down and lay down and sleep until about noon. And then I get up at noon, and usually, just depending on the day, I'll do video production for a few hours, and then I'll come back and do another stream at about 4 o'clock. Other days I'll start a stream at like noon or like 1 o'clock, and then stream until like 4 or 5, and then do video production. So like yesterday I streamed from like 1 until 4. Today I have a meeting at noon, so today it will be noon until 2. I have a meeting, and then I'll probably come back and do another stream at like 4. Oh, yeah, I'm in bed very early. Usually I'm in bed by 7:30. Asleep by 8:30. It's very rare for me to be awake past 8:30. 9 o'clock is like the maximum for me. This one is answering the silent call of lonely possessions. Nice, Thaindar. But yeah, I go to bed early. Like, early to bed, early to rise. And as the fisherman quote says, fish like hell and make up lies. But yeah, we all go to bed pretty early around here. I'm usually the first one to bed, but Chris and our grandniece usually will stay up a little bit later, but they're usually both asleep by 9 o'clock. Sometimes they'll stay up till about 10. But I get up at 3. I was getting up at 4, but I changed my alarm to 3 recently, and the reason is because I haven't been able to do exercises for a year and a half because of my leg injury. I'm finally able to start doing exercises again, so over the past couple of months I've been slowly getting back into doing stuff, and so last week I started running again for the first time in a year and a half, and it's not long runs, but so I'm trying to get out there at like 8 o'clock in the morning at the latest to go down to the river and do my run and stuff, and then come back. And on the days when I do stuff here, I'm watching Stargate SG-1, the rewatch, and I just do like some stuff here in the office, like push-ups and squats and lunges and shit. And then I go to another park where I go do pull-ups twice a week, along with a bunch of lunges. I do 100 lunges. I don't know. It's very slowly. I'm also, I'm not trying to. I just trying to get back to being healthy again after that leg injury took a lot out of me. That was my first ever debilitating injury of my life. Not fun. Not fun. But it's also nice being able to be, on the mend and being able to even think about getting back to doing stuff because I couldn't before. So. You gotta conquer the day. I've just always, I've been camera-facing, making a living on the internet since 2008. And I have just always found, even before Chris and I were together, you know, I've always lived in cities. And I've always, until the last few years, I've always been doing, because I always managed a travel blog. I managed a travel blog for years. And so what was really great for me was getting up very early. There's no noise, there's no traffic, there's nothing. And I did my client work early in the day. So I would, you know, get up at 4, be done with client work by 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning. And then I was at the beach, going to the gym, get all that out of the way so that by 10 o'clock in the morning, I'm ready to then go out and do my photography and videography for the day. And then I come back when it's hot, because I've, you know, in the last 15 years, you know, being in a tropical environment, by 10 or 11 o'clock in the morning, you don't want to be outside. It's too fucking hot. So by like 11 o'clock, I want to be inside in the air conditioning, and then I'm doing work that I don't need to be outside for. And then by 6 o'clock in the afternoon, I can go out and do stuff again in the afternoons. And that schedule always varied slightly, but it just carried over into what I do now. And I've just, when we were living in Mexico City, Chris likes to stay up late. She'll stay up till 2 or 3 in the morning if she has the option to, but then she'll get up at like 10 o'clock. But here she keeps a similar schedule to me just because she has all the animals to take care of. And now that we're watching the grandniece, you know, there's that on top of it as well. But I always liked just getting up early and getting shit done, because it's like everybody else is like going to work at 10 o'clock in the morning, and my day is pretty much, I'm done with my client work by 10 o'clock, and then I can go do my work. I haven't had client work in years now, but I still do enjoy. I get a sick pleasure from being the person that's up and getting things done when other people are still sleeping. I just, there's a weird rush I get from it. I guess it's probably the same rush that guys like Dwayne Johnson get when they go to the gym and pump iron, you know. You hear Arnold talking about, oh, pumping iron, you know, and I'm like, yeah, getting up early, yeah. You're still in bed, sleeping like a little bitch, you know. And it doesn't really matter. The only difference is instead of going to bed at 11 and sleeping till 7, I go to bed at 7 and get up at 3. You know, it's just, you're still sleeping 6-7 hours or whatever. Man, I still can't hire a frickin' forager hireling until it's gonna be a while.
I could use a break.
I know you. You're one of those outsiders that Kurog brought to our land.
But the one thing I've never lacked for is I'm very good at self-motivation, so
I'd rather you didn't linger in
I think honestly it's because I got kicked out when I was so young and I had to live. So it's like I learned very early on that lazy people don't eat. And I didn't want to be homeless, so I just learned very early on that just get shit done. Like, lazy people don't get anywhere in life, so I've always been very good at self-motivating. And consequently, that's why I have started 4 companies now. Bought and sold companies, you know. I've been fairly successful despite never finishing high school and never going to college. And I think most of it's just like I didn't want to end up homeless, you know. I needed to eat, had to pay rent. You know, I was 16 years old. I had a car payment. I had a rent payment. You know, I gotta fucking eat, keep a roof over my head. And then that just carried through into adult life. I think I've only had, when I was 16, I had a brief window of time where I worked at like McDonald's and Wendy's flipping burgers for like 3 months. And I worked at Walmart for like 3 months. And outside of that, I've always done contract work. And then the last startup that I worked with, which was right before we moved here, I had been working with them for 3 years. as a contractor, and then the third year they hired me on as a full-time salaried employee. So I did 1 year as a salaried employee for them in my, you know, early 40s. And then that's it. Everything else I've ever done has always been contract work. So I've always been freelancing. And like, if you're freelancing, you don't have the luxury of a weekly paycheck. So you're always hustling and looking for the next gig, looking for the next opportunity, figuring out a way to evolve, because the industry changes every 3 years or more frequently. You have to keep up with the evolution of social media. I mean, I had to learn when I was in my 20s, it was like having to evolve with the internet was an amazing thing, because it was like I had to learn how to make a website, I had to learn PHP, I had to learn WordPress, I had to learn social media, you know, get on Facebook, open a Twitter account, then start an Instagram account, learn how to do video editing, learn how to do photo editing, learn how to do photography and videography, get a drone, learn how to do drone photography, then getting into game development, learning world building, having to learn how to do VFX so that I could put VFX into the, you know, that, you know, and just the constant evolution. I would like to think that I will never stop learning. And I don't think, at least with this, I don't know how long I'll be streaming video games for as a means of earning an income, but I'll do it until I'm bored with it, or until it's no longer an option. Usually what happens is after about a decade of doing something, I get bored with it and I move on to something else. That's been my life's journey so far, is I'll do something for 7-8 years, maybe 10 years, then I'm like, you know what? I came, I saw, I conquered. What's the next challenge? Like, I'm not a factory worker who's happy to sit there for 40 years and grind out my pension at a factory. I'm very much, I want to do that, and I already know what I want to do next. It's sort of like a side goal, but it's not a high priority. The next thing for us as a couple is like the forever home. And that will be something that gets documented over on the other YouTube channel, which is our homestead channel, where we've been documenting this place as we've bought it and renovated it. And we bought that other property that we've invested in. That's the next big project for me, is to get to the point where I can then have that project and be working on that and only streaming here for my downtime. But we're still several years away from that, so I'm going to keep riding this train. I've been doing this for, I'm almost at 4 years. February will be 4 years. I anticipate another 4 years of this full time, is what I would anticipate. Before I'm able, because we have until I'm 50. I'll be 46 in January, and we have until I'm 50 before we are ready to, like, that's my cutoff point, is 50 years of age, to like be building that forever home or renovating the forever home, depends on where we find the property, and doing all of that. And of course, plans could change. But that's the project I work on in my 50s, is the forever home, and renovating that and documented that on YouTube, and then doing this in the spare time. And then once that house is built, I'm going back to writing science fiction and fantasy for the, and that'll be what I do for the rest of my life. At least that's the current idea, is I will just focus the bulk of my energy on writing science fiction and fantasy novels from my mid-50s until I'm dead. And then in between that, I'll be streaming in some fashion, being camera facing. Like, I will be doing something in front of a camera on the internet until I am dead, or I can't for some odd reason. Like, there would have to be, knock on wood, it would have to be something debilitating, but I've been doing something in front of a camera since 2008, so almost 20 years of doing this, making a living on the internet with a camera and a laptop for 18 years now. So I have no idea what form that'll take in another 5 years, or in another 15 years, or another 20. I have ideas in the back of my head that I'm working towards. Yeah. Well, Yeah, having control of your free time is tricky if you have a full-time job, and especially if you have kids and stuff. But we'll just see.
Sorry, but I have problems of my own right now. As long as my forge wife is miserable, I can't deal with anything else. I wonder,
Welcome to
does
married life,
King
Chief.
Kurog have a solution for volatile family disputes? I'd definitely listen to him speak on that topic.
If I assist your forge wife, you'll attend the moot.
If you're brave enough, talk to Lasgal and do whatever she asks. If you can
I appreciate that,
finally get her
Thaindar.
to stop yelling at me, I'll go and listen to whatever Kurog wants to.
I should also say it too. I think there's just something to be said about making your own way in life. I have a younger brother who I talk about frequently, and some of you know who he is because we've done game development together, and he's the one who has the cattle ranch, and I help him out with some video editing on their stuff, and I share a lot of their videos in our Discord. He is also extremely entrepreneurial minded, and somebody asked a couple of months ago, I don't remember who it was, but somebody asked me a couple of months ago if he and I would sit down and start like an entrepreneurial podcast. And I was like, well, I don't think he and I have the time to do that. But also, he and I have already done that when we were doing the last project we worked on together, which was our second game studio. When we did the tabletop game and the point-and-click game and everything else. Like, we documented that whole process. We were doing weekly stand-ups in, publicly. So we were on a camera every single week for an hour and a half talking about what are the plans for the week ahead, what are we working. So we did our stand-ups publicly, and we documented that whole process through about 3 years of development. And a lot of those discussions were sitting down and talking about, business planning and, but I mean, he is 30, how old is he? 32? 33? And he is already on, just multimillionaire. And I think he might have been a multimillionaire before he was 30. I would have to confirm that. Now, granted, a lot of that money is tied up in cattle and land and equipment. But on paper, he is a multimillionaire in his early 30s. And college dropout, but there is just something to be said for if you have the balls to get shit done and you have I can't accept failure attitude, you can accomplish a lot of things in life. Drink more coffee. You don't need 12 hours of sleep a night. Stop being a fat fucking slob. There's a lot of there's a lot of shit you can get done. But when I say fat fucking slob, I'm being slightly facetious there, because I'm certainly overweight. But I mean, laziness is an issue that plagues society as a whole, because we have the internet, we have air conditioning, we have Starbucks, we have Keurig coffee machines in our houses, we have devices that are so powerful that they could literally power, the fucking moon space shuttles, we are living in a time of excess and plenty and opportunity that and every generation it gets better. Every generation has it better than the previous generation. And I think that if you're going to live as a human being in the 21st century, if you're squandering that opportunity because you would rather be sitting on the couch watching Netflix, stuffing your face with Cheetos, that's you only have yourself to blame if you're not going out there. And I remember when I used to do public speaking for a living, Gary Vaynerchuk was always someone who I really inspired me personally. And he had a thing where he, talked about this, which was, there are 24 hours in a day. You only need about 6 hours of sleep to be healthy and to function. That leaves you with, like 18 other hours a day. If you work an 8-hour job, let's say you have an hour commute each way, that's another 10 hours of your day. So you've got 6 hours for sleep, 10 hours for your work and commute, and maybe you're a little longer. That we're talking averages here. There's another 8 hours left over for that. Now, let's say you have a wife and kids. You need to spend quality time with your family. So take another 3 hours out of that for your wife and kids, or your husband and kids, or your significant other, date nights and watching a show with your friends, so on and so forth. That still leaves you with 5 hours a day. If you're extremely efficient with your time, that leaves you with 5 hours a day to get shit done. Build your dream life. Take life by the horns and make it your bitch. Like, what you do with those extra 4 or 5 hours a day that every human being has, unless you're, living in a third world country working the coal mines, like most people in developing countries have 4 to 5 hours of spare time every single day. What you do with that time is up to you. And the unfortunate reality is most people with those 4 or 5 hours, they're so drained and so tired and so just desperate and disheartened, and they've had... Have you ever seen Essence? Dark Crystal, right? Most people, when they get down to the end of the day, they're not ready to do anything with those extra 5 hours because their essence has been drained out of them. They've been sucked dry by the system. And so they get to the end of the day, the only thing they want to do is mindless entertainment because they're so tired. They're just like, I only have 2 hours of free time, 3 hours of free time. Please let me watch football. Let me watch, Netflix. Let me, please give me this little slice that I can keep for me. It's like this, and I get it. But there's another phrase: entrepreneurs are the people who are willing to do the things that no one else will do in order to live the lives that no one else can live. And I just think that that's something that has always resonated with me as a human being. What's up, Bill Noth? Good morning. Sleep 4 to 6 hours, drink 6 to 8 cups of coffee, conquer life. Pretty much. Thandar says, this one is trying to figure out the next step. Sadly, the moons did not provide instructions or a map or common sense. Anyway, but like my brother, my brother's got 2 kids. He's got a successful ranch. His wife works. They both work on the ranch. And she has a day job. And then in his spare time, he has done game development with me for over a decade. And he had a successful... one of the things that he was doing in our early game dev days to make money, he was hustling. This is when he was still hustling. And he's still hustling, but this is when he was really hustling. He was taking... And I actually invested in this company. He would go out and buy on eBay or Facebook Marketplace or whatever. He would buy old Xboxes, PlayStations, Game Boys, handhelds, and he would bring them back and he would repair them, refurbish them, and then sell them. And it was, I don't want to say it was lucrative, but it was successful enough that it was profitable. And then I invested in it, a small amount, nothing serious. But I was like, you're doing this and it's working. Let's scale. Here's some money to scale it. And then he went and did that for several years, and we used that money. Actually, mostly, I would say about 60% funded our second game studio venture with the tabletop game and point and click and everything else. Like, our funding came, like a huge chunk of the funding came from the profits of that venture, were then used to fund that, and then what was left over, the Patreon covered our contractors and other stuff that all the other sundries. So he's always had a side hustle. For a long time, he was doing an excavation company and the ranch, and then he shut down the excavation company and went full-time on the ranch, maybe like 3 or 4 years ago. And then they just expanded last year. I don't know. I think that there's something to be said for getting up early and just get shit done.
Fool girl! She'll get herself killed! Children. Never have them!
I agree.
The king insisted on a Morkul daughter for his forge wife. But then he decided to pass over my eldest. Now Ashika wants to prove him a fool for marrying her little sister. Malekith alone knows why Ashika ran off. Wounded pride sent her to Morkul descent, no doubt. Idiot! The girl will end up as Ogre Dun or a spider hatchery. Running off to Morkul descent is why Ashika's still unwed!
Alright. We are off. To the Morkul descent. We actually have something that's close there. Yeah, I think that's the key, Machine, is like you have to find the structure that works with whatever job you have, because everyone's got to work. We all have to eat. I mean, for a long time, like I said, I had client work for years. Even when I was running the game studios, I still had client work. There was only about, I think, 2 years out of the 10 years that I did game dev where I worked full-time in game dev. The entire other time I was working, I was still doing contract work. Like, this particular venture has been the longest time in recent years that I've, worked full-time on something. 'Cause usually I've had clients and side gigs, but this has been good enough to me that I've been able to be full-time on this now for almost 4 years. And knock on wood, it'll continue to be. Every year's different. I just looked at the numbers yesterday, and we are already, despite some of this, we had a bunch of hiccups with like physical therapy and a couple of cat deaths and some things that took us away from streams, but even with the downturns this year, when life happening, I've already made more money this year than I made last year, which means in terms of growth, year 4 was better than year 3, year 3 was better than year 2, year 2 was better than year 1, and that's all you can ever ask for, is that the net growth at the end of the year is a net positive. And I still have 1 month left, so I'm very interested to see where the end of the year ends up being. We will be doing a big analytics report, as we always do for our YouTube channel members. In early January, we'll be talking about the end of the year report.
Another find for your deep pockets.
Speaking of which, perfect time to do a commercial. If you're tuning in for the first time this morning, first and foremost, welcome aboard. You're about 3 hours into the morning stream. We're live on YouTube, Twitch, Kick, and TikTok. Same place every single day. If you want to watch vertical format, you can catch it over on TikTok. Otherwise, you can watch horizontal format on Kick, Twitch, or YouTube. Support where you desire, watch where you prefer. Everything in between the streams happens on YouTube, including game guides, movie reviews, TV show reviews. I just reviewed Season 5 of Stranger Things last night. I'm watching Pluribus as well. Discussion videos. Yesterday we had multiple discussion videos went out. There is a Discord channel and a Patreon. There is all the social media channels that you might desire to follow. Instagram, Blue Sky, Twitter, X, I guess these days, Facebook. There's also a homestead channel for the cats and ducks and chickens and all the things that Chris and I do together as a couple. I am live every single morning from around 4 a.m. Central in the aforementioned places. This is the day job. I usually do 2, sometimes 3 streams a day. We usually do 3 to 4 hours in the morning, and then I come back in the afternoon and do another 3 to 4 hours in the afternoon. Sometimes we will do longer streams in the mornings, but that's pretty rare. Usually the only time I'll do longer streams in the morning is if we're playing like a new release and the traffic is really good and we've got like 150 people watching the streams. I will definitely play longer sessions when we have big audiences. Like with Dune Awakening earlier this year, we were rocking 350 to 700 people during the first few weeks of that game, and so I was streaming like 10 to 12 hours a day. Who wouldn't? It's a great dopamine rush and really good money. But on normal days like today, I definitely break it up into 2 to 3 different sections, and I take lots of naps. No, I'm in Orsinium, which is the orc area. Rothgar, I think is what this place is called. Alright, we gotta make our way through. I am just gonna attempt to run through this cavern. Giant spiders! Fuck me! Not cool, man. I don't want to stop, but I don't know if these are the right tunnels to take. We'll find out shortly. I think we're good. Probably have to stop and defend myself here. Nope, we're good. I will also say my brother has been playing a lot of Star Wars: The Republic recently, but also he sent me this last night. He is playing. He's been playing it with his kids, but also he was playing it by himself last night. Hang on. It's Lord of the Rings. It's the Lord of the Rings Lego game. And he was like, you should totally play this. And I looked at it and I was like, I totally would love to play it, but unfortunately it uses, it's from like the last generation console, and it uses all of these sound clips from the actual films. So rather than having voice actors in the game, they use the voice, they literally just pulled audio from the Lord of the Rings movies and put it into the game, which is great for an immersion sake, but you can't stream that shit because it'll all get hit with copyrights. When did that get put out? Lord of the Rings Lego games. 2012? Was that really the last one? It's for the Xbox 360, which is the previous generation. Like before the Xbox One. Wow, so he's playing an older one. But it's backwards compatible on the Series X, so so it's available on the Xbox. No, hang on. It says on January 1st, 2019, all digital sales were halted. Oh, have they already done this month's games, Dribrom? Hold up. We are on the 2nd. I haven't checked the monthly games yet. Sometimes they don't show them until like the 3rd or 4th. Yeah, I don't see it yet. I'm still. Lego Horizon Dawn is going to be one of the free games this month. I didn't know if it was available yet. Alright, give me 2 seconds, everybody. Big patch coming to Fallout 76 today. It is the DLC launch today. I think Allie was saying today or tomorrow is the DLC for Destiny 2 as well.
Who are you? It doesn't matter, the Hand of Morkul is mine. Once I find it, which is harder than I thought. That's why you're here, isn't it?
Your mother has sent me to find you.
She... what? Why?
Worried about your attempt to embarrass the king?
My what? Does she even listen to me? She never listens. Honor of the clan, I say. You'll find someone soon, she says. All right. She sent you here to help? Good. Help me find Morkulden.
Who is?
The long-lost home of Morkul clan. The old poems say it was buried in ice and stone-marked thrice. See the statues? Morkul's stonework and very old. Morkulden has to be nearby, but well, maybe you can find the way in.
What do the statues represent?
The old poems of Morkulden's founding mention a heroic trio who rebuffed Winter's grasp and found haven beneath. Maybe they saved the clan from a tunnel collapse. Oh, there's some writing at the base of the statues. Couldn't make sense of it.
And you're certain the statues are the key?
Buried in ice and stone-marked thrice. The statues must reveal the way inside. I think there's an order to lighting the braziers, but I can't get it to work.
Oh, well, I'm gonna go look this up online, because I don't want to try to figure it out. Yep. The Hand of Morkul. So tomorrow, I'm not sure what I'm going to play this afternoon, but tomorrow I can tell you we're definitely going to be back in Fallout 76 for the morning session. The afternoon session tomorrow, I think I'm going to check out Guild Wars Reforged, which is the new edition of, like, the relaunch of Guild Wars that they're doing, which has full controller support. It's coming to the Steam Deck. Visual improvements, quality of life improvements, UI improvements. I'm not going to be doing a full playthrough of Guild Wars, but I do own everything from years and years and years ago. So I'm going to reinstall Guild Wars today so that it's ready to go, and then I'll just patch tomorrow. So tomorrow morning we'll do Fallout 76, and then in the afternoon we'll do Guild Wars Reforged. Today, I'm not sure what I'm doing in the afternoon yet. Probably some more Gran Turismo 7. Probably. I'm not sure what I'll do this afternoon. Order, starting from her position, is left, center, right. From her position. Well, hopefully they mean this left. Left. Center. Right.
That rumbling. Do you feel it?
Do you feel the rumble?
The wall shifted. Sealed away, but hidden in plain sight. Morkildon, lost among the ice.
Morkildon! Alright, this place looks pretty frickin' fantastic. Ancient city of the orcs. Is that a giant hammer?
That's it! The Hand of Morkul. It's in some sort of... What is that, a display?
And it's probably gonna...
They're tight. Of course we can't just take
Yeah,
it.
of course we can't just take it. I need a couple of minutes, everybody. I gotta go give Lucas his medicine, so I will be back in a few minutes here. I gotta go find him first and then give him his meds. Alright, that took longer than anticipated. He was hiding underneath the bed, and we had to go get him out. We had to get a broom and make him get out from underneath the bed. He does not like our grandniece, so he was hiding. And I always try to remind Chris, don't let him into the living room on the weekdays, because he immediately will run underneath the bed and hide. He either needs to be in my office or outside in the catio. And she let him in the house, and he went right under the bed. So I just put him back outside. Plus, we have a contractor coming today, and he will freak the fuck out when that guy gets here.
The Hand of Morkul is held in something called the... I think it said Heart Forge? We need to rekindle the forge. Endless breath has to mean bellows, and untold rage is... a furnace? Strange way to say it. I'm missing something.
There is not enough
Can you look
traffic
around for a
to
bellows
play
and
older
some kind
games,
of blast
tomfoolery.
furnace?
So as a general rule, I focus on new games as a rule. So like this year, I think we're up around, I know we played 50 at least. We played at least 50 new games this year. I would have to go look at the actual list to know exactly how many. But I try to play 3 to 5 games every month, minimum. New releases. September we played 9 games. October we played 7 games. Most of the months this year I played 5, at least 5 games per month this year. And then some months was more than that. For the most part, I stuck to new releases this year. We are currently playing through older games, but they are new to me, being Fallout 76 and Elder Scrolls Online. Both of these are technically older games. They are not new releases. Also Destiny 2. I played Destiny 2 for quite a bit this year and pre-bought the Year of Prophecy, which includes Renegades, which comes out today. But I haven't played in a couple of months because of PS5 blowing up on me. Anyway, yeah, there's not enough traffic to go back and play through old games. So one thing I did earlier this year, I think it was when the PS5 blew up, and I didn't have my PS5 here, and so I was trying to find something to do to fill in the gaps. I went and played Knights of the Old Republic on the Xbox, right? Very old game. Great game. Classic game. One of the most beloved RPGs of all time. Yeah, like 30 people watching. That's not enough to, that's enough to fill in the gaps in between other projects. But, having only 30 people watching is not going to pay my bills. Like, I have to, I need to be... These days, as long as we're hitting our daily minimums of like 60 to 80 people watching the streams, those are my minimums these days. Like 60 to 80, that pays the basic bills. And then we get our sponsorships and other stuff. So, but yeah, it's not worth it to play old games because you're only going to get like 30 people that watch. And if you're focused on growth and you want to get bigger and you want to move on to new projects and you want to get better sponsorships and you want to do all of these cool things and grow your brand, you can't be working on old games. You have to be focusing on new games, working with the companies that are putting out new products, striking brand deals, building relationships with these publishers, and you can't do any of that if you're stuck playing old games. And that actually is a great episode that we can clip out. Matter of fact, we are at 3. Let's put this in here. Playing old games. So I have a series on YouTube called How to Make a Living as a Content Creator and Streamer. We've done 16, 18 episodes now. We'll put this into that. I'm going to expound upon this slightly more here. Let me get out of this conversation sequence here.
Morkul clan prefers simple solutions.
So, there is an episode of this series, and I can't remember which one it is, but it was early on in the series when I talked about deciding early on in your streaming career or your content creation career, whatever you're trying to do, whether it's streaming or content creation, you have to decide early on are you going to be a variety streamer, or are you going to be a niche content creator who focuses in on a niche? That niche might be, as an example, Babylonia is a Bethesda streamer. He primarily focuses energies on Bethesda games. Now, he does play other games outside of that, like he did some Borderlands 4 earlier this year. But he mostly focuses on Bethesda games because he loves the creation engine, and he puts a lot of time into the mods, and he's very into the mod scene for Bethesda games and the creation engine, the creation kits. So he's very much into that. So if you go look at Babylonia's channel, the vast majority of the things that he works on are Fallout and Starfield and Elder Scrolls related, because that's his niche. He is using that as the niche that he is starting with, and he's been doing very good at growing his community over the past, I think he's been pretty dedicated to it for about the past 6-8 months. And that's one option. The other option is to go variety. And one of the things I talked about in the episode was, if you're going to go with any option, regardless of the option it is, you can use older games as a starting point because you know them, and it's easy for you to crank out guides around those games and let's play episodes. It's a great starting point, but it is not sustainable for long-term growth if, and here's the key, if growth is a part of what you're after. If you're retired and you don't give a shit about the traffic and all that other stuff, then sure, go ahead and stream nostalgia games, and etc. But if you're, I'm not completely retired, but I am semi-retired. But I do care about growth because I have additional things that I still need to accomplish over the next 3 to 4 years that require additional revenue. So as I'm still literally, what Chris and I are doing is filling out the rest of our pension right now. So we should be pretty much set after 4 to 5 years and good for the rest of our lives. But we're still not quite there yet. So I still have to hustle. So for me, playing old games, the way that I treat those is as filler content in between the other things. So like I said, when my PS5 blew up in September, I think it was, I had about 6 weeks where I did not have a PS5. Because I had to wait for the insurance claim. That was a process. That was like a month of emails and sending it off and waiting to hear back. And then it was, another week to get a new machine. And so I already had, I've got a gaming PC, I've got an Xbox Series X. So, okay, I'm going to fill in the gaps. Because what came out during that time? Well, I couldn't play Destiny 2 at the time. The Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 DLC dropped. I owned that, but I couldn't play that. And then I also owned the Path of Exile 2 early access on the PS5, and they dropped a new, Season 3 or whatever it was. All of those things happened in September, and I didn't have my PS5, so I couldn't play those things when they were releasing. So I dropped back over to the Xbox, and I went and played some stuff that were older games. Like I went and picked up Knights of the Old Republic 1 and 2 because they were like $3 a piece to buy them on the Xbox. I've played those games a bunch over the years, but it was like a cool little filler project that we did for a few weeks in between other things. But the reality is that nostalgia games, generally speaking, there's not a big enough audience for those to facilitate any growth. Think of it this way: we're all getting older. There is an amount of audience that plays those older games, and that audience is getting smaller every year because those people are dying off. There's not a lot of people who give a shit about Zork in 2025 because Zork was 40 years ago. You know what I mean? The people who cared about Zork are in their 70s and 80s now, and or shuffling off this mortal coil. So going back and playing Zork for the nostalgia is going to get you a very limited amount of audience because there's just not enough people playing that. So, yeah, when something's blowing up, play older stuff, right? If you don't want to grow, that's exactly the strategy. So playing old games is a cool thing to do in between other projects, but it's also, that's all it should be good for in my mind, is between other projects if you're focused on growth. It also, because I'm playing an older game right now. We're playing Elder Scrolls Online. The case for me is that I had never played Elder Scrolls Online before. I've already done like 60 new games this year. I got to November and I said, you know what? November, December, January, I'm going to do some me stuff because I've already made the money I needed to make for the year. I've already hit all my growth numbers for the year. I'm in a very good place, knock on wood. I'm in a very good place as a content creator and streamer, coming up on my 4th year anniversary. I have a solid, established audience. I can afford to take some time off and focus on some me projects for the holidays, and then kind of ease into next year's release schedule when it starts hitting. And some other stuff have happened along the way. Like there are some things like November I didn't have on the books was Anno 117 from Ubisoft. They reached out, do you want a key for this game? Fuck yeah, I'll take a key for this game. So that became something that was part of the November schedule that was not part of the November schedule to begin with. I tried the demo for Avenging Steel, which is out right now, which I'm not playing. There's a reason for that. There are things that I tried in November that were not on the schedule. This month, I can already tell you, I had this month's schedule lined out at the beginning of October. I already have 2 things happening this month that were not originally planned, and that's because of companies coming to me and reaching out and saying, hey, do you want to do this? And me saying, I would love to do this, because working with companies is an opportunity, and so when those opportunities come along, you need to take advantage of those. So on the 15th of December, I've got 2 things that I'm going to be doing that are working with companies who are putting out new products. December 3rd, which is tomorrow, Guild Wars Reforged is dropping. Not a new product, but a relaunch of an old product, which is important to cover because it's a new thing, and to play for a few days to capture the audience and capture that moment in time when people are hot on something. And in between that, play the games that I already had planned into the cycle. But the thing with the Fallout as an example, both Elder Scrolls Online and Fallout 76 are online games, which means they already have a built-in audience, and 2, they're MMOs, which means it's really easy for me to jump in and create guides that are going to get good traffic, even though they are older games, because A, I'm a first-time player, that draws eyes, because all these veteran players go, ooh, new person playing Elder Scrolls, ooh, new person playing Fallout 76, let's go watch that person. It's a first-time experience. I remember that journey. I want to feel that nostalgia. I'm going to feel that nostalgia by watching this player play through. Specifically in the case of Fallout 76 was me looking at it going, okay, Bethesda has a new season of the Fallout show coming in December. They're doing a ton of publicity around the Fallout franchise, with Fallout 76 having a new DLC in December, the Fallout 4 Anniversary Edition, Fallout Shelter having big updates. It behooves me, because I'm already going to watch the show anyway and review the show on my channel, let's go play Fallout 76 for November and December, because it will coincide with the marketing push that Bethesda is doing, gets me good traffic, people are interested in the show. What games can I play since this show is based on, Fallout 76? Who's streaming Fallout 76? Oh, there's this guy Renfail playing Fallout 76. Oh, okay, cool. They're going to watch me. Now, there are other people playing Fallout 76 as well, but that's a strategic decision to play an older game that coincides with the TV show, which means it's not treated as an old game as such, because the audience is not a stagnant old audience. It's a brand new audience of people coming from a TV show looking at potentially playing a game related to the IP. So those are all factors into it. I say all that to say that, yes, playing old games can be beneficial when you add them into your rotation as filler content, and or if it's going to get a boost of popularity for something like Guild Wars Reforged. That's a 20-year-old game which I have no desire in playing. I loved Guild Wars when it came out. I own all the DLCs. I had a great time. No desire to play Guild Wars ever again. Ever. I have no desire to play that game. But Guild Wars Reforged is going to get lots of traffic for about a week. So, me jumping into Guild Wars Reforged is a great marketing opportunity, because it's going to have a lot of eyes on it for a few days, and while the eyes are on Fallout, or excuse me, while the eyes are on Guild Wars, I can go hop in and play that. It would also be great if I had the time to also jump into Destiny 2 right now, because they have a DLC coming out today as well. So I'm going to see if I can't make that happen this week as well, because I do enjoy Destiny 2. I just got sidetracked when my PS5 blew up in September. Anyway, there are times when playing old games can be beneficial, but I just don't think it's anything that is sustainable for building a channel off of. At least not if you're focused on growth. Like, because all of the opportunities that come from working with companies are for new releases. Like, I'm not getting sponsorship opportunities to play Elder Scrolls Online or EverQuest 2 or Guild Wars or any of that stuff. I am getting sponsorship opportunities to play new games like Voyages of Nera, and this year we did Chronos, The New Dawn. We did we did 12 or 15, bunch of stuff for Dune Awakening and Funcom this year. Shiny Dynamics with Tidal Rush. We did Anno 117 recently. Like those types of opportunities to work with companies and to get sponsorship deals and all that stuff, that's not happening for older games. Period. End of story. Like EverQuest 2 as an example, great game. They put out yearly DLCs. They don't have a budget to pay content creators. And their content creator program is literally just, we'll give you some access to special goodies, and fuck that, pay me. Like, if you're not going to pay me, I don't want to be in your content creator program. So, yeah, new games are where it's at if you want to grow your channel and have brand deals and get sponsorships and all that stuff. It's all based on focusing on new things. Mike Knight over on TikTok says, what if you play old games but in video format but for passion on the side? Yeah, that's something completely different. Yeah, that goes into what I was saying earlier. If you're retired or you don't care about the money, then yeah, play all those old games. But this is an episode, this is getting clipped out for the episode of how to make a living as a content creator and streamer for that series I have over on YouTube. So we're focusing on, is this something that you can actually do if you're going to be focused on growth? And the reality is no. And whatever episode it was of the series where I talked about that before, I mentioned that when I first got going as a streamer 4 years ago, I was co-streaming with several other people who were also, we were all like doing old school MMOs. So we were doing like EverQuest 1, Project 1999, the Vanguard Saga of Heroes emulator server, EverQuest 2, the legendary servers for Lord of the Rings Online, all of that other stuff. And by the end of that first year, I realized that my channel was going like nowhere. It was like I had a very finite audience of people who were interested in the old school things, and I went, yeah, I want to actually grow my channel and make money at this and become successful, so I'm going to go off and do all this other stuff. None of those people are still streaming anymore. They all abandoned their channels, and it's because there was no growth in it, and they all disappeared off the internet. So if you're like Granny Skyrim Granny, or whatever her name is, Skyrim Grandma, and you're 70 years old and you're retired and you don't care about the money, sure, you can play an older game and still find an audience with that. But Skyrim Grandma only plays one game. That's it. And part of her shtick, as it were, was the fact that she was a 70-year-old grandma. I mean, she's 90 now, but I don't know how old she was when she started Skyrim, probably in her 80s. Her shtick was that she was an old lady playing Skyrim. That's part of what made her popular. Well, yeah, I mentioned it at the beginning, Drew Brom, like picking a niche. Yeah, city builders and strategy games is definitely a niche. Survival games is a niche. Extraction games are a niche. Bethesda games are a niche. Action RPGs are a niche. Fishing games and hunting games are a niche. Like, there's all sorts of niches you could pick if you wanted to. I went variety because I like to play video games and I like to play lots of different types of games. Like someone said recently, I've been playing Gran Turismo 7 the past few days. It's an older game, but I'm in my free time right now, and I looked at it, and when it's on sale for $45 or whatever to get the digital edition, I haven't played a racing game in about 6 months. I had a craving. I'll get it out of my system within a week. But it was like, but I've been watching, there've been, every single time I stream that game over the past 3 or 4 days, I've had people coming in going, I didn't see this on the cards for Renfail's channel. And it's like, well, I don't often play racing games, but I do sometimes play racing games. The last one I played, I think, was Forza Horizon. Before that, it was Motorsport 3. But I do like to, you know, I don't only play RPGs. I occasionally play shooters. Occasionally play racing games. I love MLB The Show and NBA 2K, but I haven't played either one of those in a couple of years, even though I have previously played them every single year. Just because there were so many new releases this year, I didn't have time to do all that stuff, so... I was actually just talking to my brother about Lord of the Rings, Return to Moria. Unfortunately, it doesn't look... I love Lord of the Rings, but it doesn't look like a game that is... It just looks like another generic crafting survival game that happens to have dwarves and be themed into Moria. And both of us, he and I looked at that and went, yeah, I don't... For either one of us, it was like, I don't think that's enough to justify... I mean, survival games are not my... Like, it's not my favorite genre. And I've already played so many survival games this year. It's like, plus I'm playing Voyages of Nera right now, which is a survival game. We did a ton of Dune Awakening this year. I'm just like, nah, not really. I don't feel like I need to go do another crafting survival game. Because that's the thing, yeah, if you played one, you played. But it's also like, I was talking earlier about of Ash and Steel. So Cassis Plays is playing it right now, and he is having a moment with his channel. Like, he's been a community member here for quite a while now, and he's a variety streamer who's been growing his channel, and he hustles. He fucking hustles. Like, if you're not watching Cassis Plays, you should definitely watch Cassis Plays. Like, he's a guy who's out there hustling. And he's working on growing, and he's just busting ass, kicking ass, and taking names. And he's having a moment with Ash and Steel. Like, and sometimes you're going to make judgment calls on new games, and you might not necessarily want to play all the new games that come out. When I played the demo, I was like, it's too janky for me. And I've played enough janky games this year, I didn't feel the need to play another janky game. But like, he's playing it right now, and he's been like, his previous averages were like 30 to 40, maybe 50 people per stream on YouTube. He's been getting like 120, 150 people watching him play of Ash and Steel, which is great. Perfect example of why focusing on new games is a good thing, because you're going to get way more traffic than you would get playing older games. And sometimes you're going to play a game that does really, really well, and that goes into the episode we talked about of identifying viral trends and tapping into those, because sometimes you're going to hit a gold mine with a game, and you need to ride that train for all it's worth, and you're not going to find that with older games. Or at least it's going to be very rare. I've played a lot of older games over the years between things. The only time I have ever seen an older game hit it off was with No Man's Sky. I came into No Man's Sky on World's Update Part 1, never having played the game before, 8 years into the game's life cycle, and all of a sudden I'm getting like 250 people watching my streams. I'm getting the Kingmaker slot on Twitch, and I was like sitting here going, what the hell is going on? Like, this traffic is insane, and I'm playing like an 8-year-old game. But it was because they had just done a massive update, and I happened to be one of the few people that were streaming it who was a new player, and so there was a bunch of people wanting to check out the update. That doesn't happen very often. By the way, even though of Ash and Steel is an RPG, I'm choosing not to play it purposely because, as Morticimal Gaming said, it might be a good game in 2 years. It's not a good game right now. It is a janky hot mess that I think is an early access title that should not have been released into 1.0. But if you're okay with the jank and you don't mind the bugs and all that other stuff, it is a great game at its core. It just needs a lot more polish. But that's a perfect opportunity of, like, you can even find success playing a lot of early access titles these days too, as long as you're willing to put in the time and play lots of them to figure out which ones are going to be the ones that work well for you. Anyway, that's enough rambling. This is going into the series on how to make a living as a content creator and streamer on YouTube. So if you're watching this after the fact, make sure to like, subscribe, hit the bell icon, and check the list below. The playlist below has all of the previous entries. It's actually set up as a course on YouTube that you can watch through and complete off as you watch each individual episode. So make sure to check all the previous ones out. And of course, stay tuned because we do this kind of stuff all the time. We're live on YouTube, Twitch, Kick, and TikTok right now. Coming up on 4 hours into the live stream today. Breakfast is ready? Okay, thank you. Alright, let's get through here. Oh, that pissed this guy off. Alright, we need to run through to the other chamber. Oh, there better not be an order to these. Nope. Yep, there's gonna be enemies. Oh, it's gonna be the statues come alive. Go quick before the statues come up.
You did it! Now for purest heart. The old clan
Purest heart.
also means blood.
Danica says your videos showing trolls how to eat crow are amazing. I'm a new streamer myself, only been doing it for a few months, just juggling streaming and work. Everybody starts somewhere. I'm glad you have found those videos entertaining.
Flash of a knife. Look, it's opening. Like a hand. Opening. Oh. Oh no. The hand of Morkul isn't our forge hammer. It's the cage around it. And if my clan's old word for heart also means blood, then this wasn't our heart forge. It was our...
Blood forge.
My mother says we're the best smiths in Rothgar because we put heart in the steel. Whose heart? Whose blood?
Yeah.
Morkul clan hasn't had enemies since the days of Morkuldin. Did we feed our rivals to that thing?
Well, your clan locked the forge hammer away.
You're right. The old poems aren't about honor we lost when we left Morkuldin. It's honor gained for burying our greatest shame beneath a mountain of ice. And a warning to stay away from the hand of Morkul, which... well, we couldn't have known.
Are you gonna lock the hammer away?
Not without blood magic. But I can't just leave it here. It's our heritage. I'll bring it back to the stronghold, but what then? What do I tell my clan?
Well, your clan's greatest strength was leaving. You don't need this place.
Of course. Returning the Forge Hammer will fill my clan with pride. Enough to take the sting away when I explain what Morkulden was. We must make peace with our ancestors and remember the lessons they taught. They've forged with clean hands for generations. The clan needs to know why that's important. I heard a rumbling when you rekindled the forge. Maybe another way out. Anything to avoid those ogres.
Could I potentially... they want me to take the exit. I was like, could I just way shrine out? Doesn't look like it. Girlfriend, wait up.
Look, a door hidden by the ice. Is that...
Welcome to the Rothgar.
This is close to Orsinium. Useful if we ever need to return to the blood, the Heart Forge. Meet me at Morkul's stronghold?
Yep, but I am gonna portal back, dear. Oh no, can I not portal back? Was there really not a portal over there? Huh.
You tired of walking? Very well.
Yes, I'm tired of walking, sir. That's what we have mounts for. There was totally... They need to have like a frickin' way shrine to this place.
Come here. Stand by my side as I address the clan.
Give me 2 seconds, everybody. Chris yelled at me that my breakfast was ready, so let me go grab it.
Quiet! Ashaka speaks on a matter concerning the clan.
Morkul clan, I come to you with a hard truth. But when have we ever feared the truth? I return from Morkulden with our clan's greatest treasure. Behold, the Hand of Morkul. It's true our ancestors locked away the hammer, but not for the reasons we thought. Morkulden housed a blood forge. It's true, our clan once turned to dark magic, but they faced this hard truth and abandoned it. For the blood we work into the metal is our own, not that of our enemies. I say to you, that is the strength of Morkul. This hammer shows our ancestors' strength. With it, we forge a new destiny.
Prepare yourselves, my clan. Soon we march to Orsinium. We shall build it anew.
Do you see how my clan looks at the Forge Hammer? The fire in their eyes? They'll rebuild Orsinium by themselves if they have to. Now, I name you bloodkin to Morkul clan. Last thing I'll do before heading to Orsinium. The king needs a clan who can work its great forge. You think we'd let Shatul embarrass us with their inferior iron? Pfft.
I thought she was going to address them. She hasn't done anything yet. I think we have to go inside and talk to the chief. Yeah, that's pretty much exactly what it is. If I don't go eat it, she ends up covering it and sticking it in the microwave, and then she won't tell me twice. Oh, she addressed them while I was gone? Alright, thanks, Levinko. I was thinking that it was gonna after I clicked the option.
I'm not sure what you did exactly, but you somehow restored peace to my family, and thereby helped my clan. You have my thanks.
Hopefully I have you at the Great Moot.
Sure, why not? I'll go to this moot and listen to what Kurog has to say. It's the least I can do after you helped us with our family problem. Perhaps I'll see you in Orsinium, outsider.
Alright, I'm pretty sure I saw a crystal over here somewhere. Yeah. It's a 10% chance. Well, oh, it worked. Haha, yay. All right, back to the king. She started saying about something not using enemy blood for metalwork for their own. Okay, that's cool. Ah, I wish I wouldn't have missed that. The voiceovers have been really good at this.
Staring at me than I anticipated.
I've been really enjoying this DLC.
What a strange time you live in.
I'm loving it, but I'm playing it as a first-time player, so I've got, I don't know, I'm like 60 hours in, 70 hours in or something, and I've got like 10 years of DLC ahead of me, so for someone like me who is a new player, Elder Scrolls Online is a great opportunity because there's just a shitload of stuff to do. Is he at his tavern?
What was I thinking coming here? I never should have left Orin.
And my champion returns. Still alive, and with most of your vital body parts intact.
And I brought cheese. Cheese for everyone.
I told them not to bet against me. But enough of that. Were you successful? Are the clan chiefs going to attend the moot?
Mm-hmm.
Perfect! You've done me a great service, my friend. The moot will be remembered as the turning point for Hrothgar. The day when all the clans united under the rule of a strong and visionary king. A new golden age for the Orsimer begins here.
All right. What happens now, sir?
Now? Why, we prepare for the moot, of course. It will be packed. Clan chiefs from the farthest reaches of Hrothgar will come together to finally accept my vision for the future. This is how a kingdom is born. Too bad Bosrog is going to miss it.
He's not attending?
Don't worry about Bosrog. He hasn't been seen since the attack on the temple. He's probably gone so deep into hiding or run so far away that we'll never see that traitor again.
Daniken wants to know if I've written any books. I have. I've written, I don't even know how many now. A bunch. I've got like 25 million words in print around the world. I spent a good chunk of the last 20 years as a writer. A lot of it in the travel space. So I have a bunch of like travel guides and how-to guides and living in different places. The first book I ever wrote was called the Expat Guidebook, which is how to make a living as a digital nomad traveling all around the world, working online. Most recently, we published, was it last January? Yeah, because this was the first year since 2008 I have not written anything professionally. This year I solely focused on YouTube. Twitch, well, not just YouTube, but I focused on YouTube, Twitch, and full-time on all my streaming stuff. There's a link somewhere, depending on where you're watching. You're watching on TikTok. Follow the links. It will lead you to my YouTube channel. It will lead you to my everything. And you'll eventually just follow the links and you'll end up on my Amazon page. And you can find the most recent fantasy and science fiction projects that I've worked on. I've got a sci-fi anthology from about 4 or 5 years ago. And then a couple of fantasy novels.
Why should I be? You're concerned enough for both of us. But come on, you're worse than my shield wives. Have a drink. Have the whole damn keg if you want. And
beer! Beer for everyone!
The service is rendered. Now, all we have to do is sit back and wait.
Sit back and wait. Now I wonder what the follow-up is this going to be.
Hello! I've been looking all over the city for you.
Dude, Emily's back. I fucking love her. She's so cool. My favorite character so far.
I had the hardest time finding you. Looked all over the city, even got lost once or twice. I did find an adorable sweet shop, though. They had these wonderful tiny cakes that were absolutely delicious.
Dude, cakes are amazing.
Oh, cakes could taste so good.
Alright. Did you need something specific?
Right to business, huh? Not even a hi. Good to see you. Fine, fine. Anyway, High Priestess Solgra needs our help. She wants us to work together on this. When you have a moment, you need to go see her.
Any idea what she wants?
It's a rescue mission, but she said she wants to give you the details personally. After all, you did save her life. I can see it now. Oh, my savior. Let's retire to my private chambers so I can share the intimate details with you.
Dude, Emily is fucking awesome. Oh, that's hilarious.
Seriously, Solgra wants to keep this quiet. Said the situation was sensitive. She especially doesn't want the king to know. When I suggested asking the king for help, she insisted that that would only get more people killed. Just so you know.
Okay. So this is a hush-hush mission. Yeah, correct, Olivenko. So I multi-stream in 4 places. YouTube, Twitch, Kick, and TikTok. I've been full-time on YouTube for, it'll be 4 years in February. We added Twitch about 2 years ago. We just crossed our 2-year anniversary in October. I just added Kick and TikTok to the live stream rotation maybe 6 weeks ago. Like 6 or 8 weeks. Like I'm not, yeah, I'm very early on with Kick and, I mean, I've had a TikTok account that I've been using for my shorts for like 3 years. I also have an Instagram account, all that stuff, but I didn't start streaming until, on TikTok until about, yeah, like 6 weeks ago. I added it at the same time we added, Kick. Yeah, Emily's awesome. Alright, shout out to my wife for that amazing breakfast. Some, quesadillas. Eggs and bacon. Alright, she doesn't want King Kurog to know about this.
No, doesn't have a clue. That's what makes it so exciting. This is an honest-to-goodness secret mission. I always wanted to go on a secret mission. Besides, once you talk to Solgra, you'll understand. She explains things much better than I do.
How did you get involved with the High Priestess?
Have you seen my bow skills? I'm sure Solgra noticed and said to herself, "That's a fine young lass. She can put a shaft through an apple balanced on the back of a moving Wamasu. I shall recruit her." Either that, or she was desperate for some help.
I love the
I'll
voices
meet up
she
with you
does.
later. Go see Solgra, but don't take too long. If I can raise a little gold, I'm on the next caravan out.
But yeah, I do, I mean, we probably do, I think it just depends on the day. I usually do between 15 and 25 videos every single day on YouTube. 2 live streams a day, sometimes 3 live streams a day. And then we cut the live streams into episodes, and in between that I do discussions and video reviews, and movie reviews, and game guides, and all sorts of other stuff. This is the day job. So I'm pretty much here 16, 18 hours a day. Woo! Wow! I fell off a bigger cliff than that when I was running around the landscape earlier. No, I don't wear contacts. These are just like blue light glasses. And I do have a slight stigmatism. These are like a 7-year-old prescription, 8-year-old prescription. I am going to the eye doctor in about 2 weeks. So our grandniece goes on vacation on the 17th, I think, or the 14th. It's either the 14th or the 17th. Whenever our grandniece goes on vacation and we're not watching her Monday through Friday, I'm gonna go to the eye doctor because I definitely need glasses because I've been getting, like, this year is the year that I've noticed I'm having close things are blurry. I had to increase the size of the font on my phone to like read TikTok and Instagram and stuff. And I have a hard time focusing on things that are like within 12 inches, and I used to not have a problem with that. So now, like, when I want to read, like that's tiny writing. I wouldn't be able to read it anyway. But if I were to want to read something in, like, a box, I have to, like, pull it away, and I squint. So it's probably my stigmatism getting worse with age, and also just doing this. I've been in front of the computer screen for the last 18 years for, like, 16 hours a day, and it's just time. It's time to get glasses. So we're going to go to the eye doctor here. I was going to try to make it happen in November. It did not happen in November, so... because we can't get away on Mondays through Fridays because we have responsibilities, so I can only go on the weekends. The eye doctor is in the next town over. We don't own a vehicle, so it's a process of... it's not where we can just go to the eye doctor. It's like we have to schedule it, schedule transport, go to the next town over. So that's going to be in December. I'm going to go hopefully get a prescription.
Coming along nicely.
That's not the door I need anywhere. Where is she? Yeah, I started having issues in June where I started getting, like, you could feel pressure and headaches. I wrote it off at the time because we were all playing Tainted Grail, and that game was horribly unoptimized, and there were lots of people complaining about getting headaches playing that game because it was just horribly unoptimized. And so I was like, oh, everybody else is getting headaches, I'm getting headaches too, it's just because it's an unoptimized game. But then they didn't get better. It just got, like, they were always there, and then having days when you get blurry vision, and after long sessions, it's like, yeah, it's probably time to start getting some actual eyeglasses. So But the ones I have are not actual, like, there is a tiny, I've always had like a tiny stigmatism in the right eye. And the glasses I do have are blue light glasses that I got 7 or 8 years ago. Which have a slight prescription in them. How do I, oh, there we go. Hinky ceases, we've all made that jump. Jump to your death, sir. Alright, let's see if I can make this jump. Oh my god! Fuck it. Let's use the soul stone. Dude, I have totally made bigger jumps than these. Apparently concrete hurts more than grass, I guess, maybe?
Thank you for responding so quickly to my summons, especially considering everything you've been doing to support the king. Did Everly tell you that I have a delicate situation?
She did say something about a secret
really
mission.
Your help again. She can be rather exuberant, but I suppose the term is accurate.
Tainted Grail's really good. If you like Skyrim style Oblivion, if you like Bethesda style RPGs, it's a lot of fun.
With this matter.
Also, it's King Arthur, which is really cool. Like, it's a different take on the King Arthur mythology, but it's pretty interesting. I also have some secret sauce that I can't tell anybody about yet regarding Tainted Grail. Let's just say you should definitely play it if you haven't already played it, for reasons that I can't talk about yet.
A shield wife from one of the clans sent me an urgent plea.
I think I could say that without breaking
NDA. It appears that the clan's chief has been taken captive by a fanatical group of... How do I put this? They're members of a religious sect devoted to Trinimac.
Does the horse actually pad your falls, though? Because I jumped off a few minutes ago. When I jumped off the gate, I was on my horse, and it didn't pad my fall. This one was not. I just went straight for the concrete with my sandaled feet.
Yes, but it's not the same. The Vosh Rock.
You should definitely play Tainted Grail, Deeks. It's really good.
Teachings to their own purposes.
I did a stealth archer,
at an alarming rate.
And then I started a mage my second time. It has a really unique magic system. Like turning people into cheese is pretty awesome. Like turning them into an actual piece of cheese as a mage is pretty cool. Like there's some really cool. There's some really cool stuff. I had a great fun with my stealth archer.
Especially considering she can be rather a shield wife. Yes, but it's not. It will give the Orc traditionalists one more arrow to put in their quiver, and they won't use it only against us. King Kurog and the Forge Mother have supported us. This will cripple their cause and turn everyone against Trinimac and his followers.
So what do you need me to do?
Go to Faren's stronghold and meet Everly. Stop the Vosh Rock and rescue the chief before it's too late. I just ask for your discretion in this matter. If the king finds out, he'll send an army, which will only result in more death and destruction.
Well, I will definitely go to the stronghold and meet Everly, which is awesome because I
First,
love working with
avoid
Everly.
bloodshed on your way into the stronghold. The captives won't be immediately harmed if the Vosh Rock feels secure. Second, I'm not sure which chief was taken. The message I received was purposefully vague.
Any new games this month? Not really. Not new games, no. I mean, I'm going to do Guild Wars Reforged tomorrow. I've got 2 things that are happening on the 15th. Neither which are new games, but one of them is something new, and the other one is a continuation of something. I don't have any new releases planned for this month. The next new release I'm thinking of going to be diving into is going to be, and something could come along of like a sponsorship or something, but I think I'm going to do the early access for Hightail, which is I think January 13th. That was not on the calendar until last week. Like wasn't even aware of that game, but it looks cool enough. I'm going to go ahead and dive into that. And then after that is High on Life 2 is mid-February. So yeah, at the moment I'm just doing Elder Scrolls Online, Fallout 76, Cyberpunk 2077. I started Gran Turismo 7 the other day. Just kind of doing some stuff for me. We've got some early access titles this month. A couple of things that I can't talk about until the 15th gets here, so stay tuned for the 15th. But yeah, no major new releases, at least not at the moment. Things could change, because if Starfield Shadow drops a DLC this month, I will go apeshit and go play that.
As with the attack on the temple, we don't want to give the captors a reason to act in haste. The longer they remain unaware of your presence, the better chance you'll have to locate and free the chief. I don't think so. At least not immediately. Not much. They're rather secretive, keep to themselves.
Why would they take the chief hostage?
They apparently can say what these extremists have in mind. I'm not privy to their ultimate goal.
Okay. Well, that's going to be a next time thing, everybody. Because I'm done for the morning. We're 4 hours in. That's a good stopping point. I should be back later today. We'll probably do some more Gran Turismo 7 this afternoon. I might change my mind and come back and play some Cyberpunk 2077 this afternoon. I don't know what time I'll be back, because honestly we have a contractor coming today to do an estimate for the roof expansion. I don't know when he's coming or how long that's going to take, so I'm kind of just going to be waiting until he gets here before I move into my next stream. But it is 8 a.m. right now, which means grandniece goes to school in about 30 minutes, so I'm going to go help Chris get her prepped and ready so we can go to school. And then I'll just come back and I'll be working on getting videos out on YouTube. If you missed the episode today where we were talking about playing old games, that's going to get cut out and go up on YouTube here in the next 30 minutes to an hour, so stay tuned for that. And if you didn't get a chance to watch my review of Season 5 of Stranger Things, episodes 1 through 4, that went out yesterday afternoon, so check that out, and I'll catch everybody in the next stream. And if not today, I'll catch you tomorrow for more Fallout 76 in the morning and Guild Wars Reforged tomorrow afternoon.